I said, hey, hey, there's no surrender when you're standing on the line.
Welcome into Mecum Indy, where it's all about speed in this city in the month of May. They're qualifying just down the road at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, topping 200 miles per hour. We have rides here at Mecum Indy that can do that too. A dozen supercars, in fact, that are crossing the block today, and one very historic race car.
Formidable, fast, phenomenal. All words that can describe this beautiful Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Fit Test out of the Frecka collection. This is powered by a W16, making 1,200 horsepower, propelling it to a top speed of 254 miles per hour, going across the block today in Indy.
Chassis GT109, unquestionably one of the most significant cars in the history of American motorsport. Not only did this chassis take part in the 1965 running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, its design instrumental in the legendary GT40 and that remarkable series of success for Ford which happened at Le Mans after that.
Sold $1,400,000, Lucas Lucky.
In addition to those seven-figure gems, we've got some American muscle. Corvettes, you've got to see to believe. You thought yesterday was big. Today is one of the biggest in the car collector world. Ferraris, McLarens, Bugattis, oh my. We're just about to get started. 6 hours live right here on ESPN+. And Scott Hoke, I hear inside there's already some big money flying around.
Yes, indeed, Danielle, Trotta. In fact, let us take you back to just a few moments ago. Look at this. It's a 1970 Barracuda, but it is dressed as a Hemi Cuda replica, and it brought the money, $150,000. It does have the 71 Barracuda fenders, grille, and valance, but that replica was spectacular. Speaking of, Chris Matthews, top shelf restoration motorcycle expert, did the restoration on this 1915 Henderson 4, the fourth year of the legendary Henderson production. They were fast and reliable, and this one gabbled at a market correct $175,000. However, this 2021 Shelby GT500 KR rang the bell for $235, and under the hood, 5.2 liters and Bill Stevens approved 900 horsepower in that V8. Oh my goodness. So the opening salvos have been fired, Bill Stevens. We're here in the booth expecting a terrific day today with the exotics that Chris and Steve and Danielle were talking about, and some serious hardcore muscle cars here today.
Already you can't breathe. You need an air grabber hood. Wow. But
I do.
I don't blame you, because today, I'll tell you, if there were a Hollywood Walk of Fame for collector cars, it would run all across the Mecum red carpet today. All home run hitters. Of course, American muscle cars you can expect,
sure,
but a collection of Ferraris that are beyond your imagination. They'll be coming soon.
I think 15 Ferraris through the course of the day, perhaps. But I also want to point out that our friend and the Professor John Craman may have had a hand in today's lineup, because it is a Pontiac Super Duty convention here today.
Oh, it is a glut of Super Duty horsepower from the early 60s. JK and I always used to just lavish our love on these cars, and you'll see them soon.
All right, speaking of Corvettes, tell us about a 63 split window custom that we'll see later.
Yeah, this continues the string of them that we've had here at Mecum. Look at this split window coupe. This has a C7 Corvette chassis underneath and power, wow, 791 horsepower from the Magnuson supercharged 6.2-liter LS3 Tremec TKO 600 5-speed manual transmission with the genuine Corvette shifter. How about that? Also, the paint job, tri-coat metallic inside. You saw that beautiful saddle interior with the chocolate accents. Vintage air conditioning to keep you cool inside, and this might be the next $200,000 plus custom Corvette that we'll see here in Indianapolis.
Take a number. They are all over the place. Well, let's start our telecast for real here with our first car in our live coverage, a 1956 Cadillac Eldorado Seville. Not a Barrett,
right.
A Seville hardtop.
But still a high-class Cadillac all the way. Powered by the 365 cubic inch V8. This was the first year for that engine, and it made 305 horsepower. 3,900 of these were built overall. This one, as you can see by the restoration, is absolutely top-notch. Wow. Bahama blue with white Viso deck is what they call that white vinyl top.
Okay.
Yep.
That's kind of cool.
It is, the whole car.
Next up, a 69 Z28, and we will have some very important Camaros today. We haven't touched on that yet, but look out. Copos, Yenkos, homemade ZL1s, and more coming up.
And some of the best Z28s we've ever seen. This one of them, and this has a very rare Hugger orange on the outside and orange houndstooth on the inside. Matching numbers, drivetrain, and of course they all had the 4-speed manual in 1969. This is a car that has all the documentation you want to see when you're looking to buy one. It's got all the restoration documentation, secondary VIN numbers and markings, and things like that that just add to the provenance of this car. But look at the appearance. That sells it all by itself.
$150,000.
Yeah, that 302 under the hood. Back in the day, we take a 283 and bore it out to 301, and that's essentially what these motors were. 290 horse was the horsepower rating, but like I've said a million times, those horsepower ratings, they were like a shell game. You just never knew how much was really in there.
Well, the high bid here at $155 on our first Z28 from 1969 today. Here's another one right behind it, in fact.
Yeah, this is equitable to the one we just saw in terms of the condition, a recent comprehensive restoration, and it has that 302 290 horse drivetrain with a 4-speed, but the color is dusk blue with a bright blue interior. So the first two Z28s that we see today kind of have rare color combinations with the exterior and the interior that you see right now.
I think they would make perfect bookends.
Where's the fellow from yesterday with the sunglasses?
Sunglasses.
Yeah, he was on a shopping spree, that gentleman. I'll tell you how exceptional the restoration is on this Z28. There's overspray that has been reproduced underneath the car. When these cars are on the assembly line and they start painting them, they don't carefully mask them off and make sure everything is nice and neat. They're trying to build automobiles and get them out of the factory, so you got to find overspray on them in several different places. They replicated the overspray on this Camaro when they restored it.
117.5, 120, 117.5, 120, 120. 117.5.
Cowl induction hood.
120.
This was the first General Motors muscle car from Chevrolet to offer that cowl induction hood.
Anybody else?
I could just see the guys on the assembly line going, oh man, when Bill and Scott are talking about this car 55 years from now or whatever, I got to redo that. It's not good. It's not right.
I got to get the thinner. I got to get that overspray off.
Oh, the bid goes on, $117,500. Well, I promised you Copo Camaros. Here's our first one.
Oh, Scott Hoke. The legend lives on. The Copo Camaro, 1969 version. It's got the L72 cast iron 427 with 425 horsepower. And as I've pointed out any number of times, that's really a 450 horsepower engine in there. Matching numbers, by the way, with that 4-speed manual. You get an automatic in these as well. That's frost green, the color, with the dark green interior. And this with that cowl induction hood as well. What's interesting, too, is that this has the correct set of 14-inch rally wheels on there. 15-inch were optional, but a lot of these came through with the smaller wheels on them, and with all that horsepower, kind of a surprise.
I'm going to get on 160, down harder now 60. I'm at 160, down harder now 160, 160, 160. 152.5, you're out back there. 155. 152.5, 155.
Want to do that?
155,000. Reserve is off now. 152.5, 155. The reserve's off. 155. With the bag of the to get on 155,000. I get a get on 155. With the bag of the get on 155. I get a thank you. I get a 155.
Reserve is off. All three of these Camaros, by the way, are from our good friend Chris Moffat over in Champaign, Illinois. Terrific guy, longtime Mecum customer. And I'm telling you, Chris knows his stuff. This one sells for 150 plus, and we will take our first time out of the day from Dana Mecum's 38th original Spring Classic on a superb Saturday. We are back in Indy. It's going to be a big Pontiac day, and a special edition Trans Am is coming up to the block a bit later on, and we will have it for you. Oh my goodness, those things, I don't think, Bill, are ever going to wane in their popularity.
No, and I love the fact that we usually get at least one at every Mecum auction.
Exactly. Exactly right. Here's a 1967 Buick GS 400.
I am so enamored with this Buick right here. This is an award-winning car, Antique Automobile Club of America Senior National First Prize winner. Also the Buick Club of America Senior winner as well. And several other awards. There you saw the 400 cubic inch engine. That was the engine that replaced that long-running nail head. Buick got a new generation 400 in 1967. 325 horsepower standard, but you go to a dealer, get dual quads, you get 338 horsepower out of that engine. So it's kind of a flexible muscle car. This one with an automatic transmission and air conditioning. And it's going to sell. I'm so happy.
Now 5. Hello, now 7. Out of the back of the beam, on 5, 7.
$45,000 is the current bid.
And it looks like $1 million. All those awards tells you. Previous owner, by the way, has a title that indicates it had 12,000 miles at the time of the sale. Right now, it only shows about 500 more than that.
To the buy now. 50 down 2. I get a get on 2 to 51,000 one time. 50 to bid, Dan, a good 2 to bid. Out of the bank. You've done all the work. 51, 52, 51, 2, 3. I get a get on 3. At 51, 2, 3. 53 on 3 to bid, 3 to buy the now. 53. At 52 to bid, 3 to bid. Out of the bank. Get on 2's all, 3's all. Here we go. I have 52, 53,000. Last call. Gavels up. Gavels high. 53. Sold 52,000. Logan, thank you.
All right, 52 for that Grand Sport 400, 1967. Here's one next, Bill, that I know you're going to enjoy because it's super unusual. It is a 1968 Chevy SS 427.
Yes. Pay attention, class.
Yes.
First of all, I love the big cars with the big motors and the 4-speeds.
Yep.
We all know that. There's the 427. Now, you could get an Impala SS in 1968 with a 427, but that did not make it an SS 427. That was a particular model, very rare, only 568 of those cars were built. So remember, this is not just an Impala where they put in a 427. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed, the hood was the first time that a full-size Chevrolet got a special treatment on the hood there. It's just a little bit of a riser on there, as you may be able to see. And you see the little chrome grille at the back end there. Yeah, that was exclusive to the SS 427. And those side gills on the front fender as well. Yeah.
And the blacked out grill.
Blacked out grill, yeah. These cars, so much to love.
A lot of people call these an Impala SS, but that's not accurate.
70,000's all. $70,000. Six's bid. 70.
That engine option also interesting, Bill, because the dealers, the brochures and the sales literature did not have it listed, but the dealers had it. So if you knew what you were doing, you could get it.
Which leads to why there are only 568 of these. And it's basically what they did with the first Z28 in 67.
Right.
You know, you had to know the secret handshake to be able to get one.
Oh, there are the secret handshakes to buy this SS 427.
Oh, good going. 68,000.
Indeed. Right now, let's check in with Chris Jacobs hanging out in the 303 staging lane. Chris?
Yeah, Scott, well, some major Mopars will be crossing the Mecum auction block today, including this gorgeous 1970 Plymouth Superbird sporting the 426 Hemi under the hood. Only 77 Hemi Superbirds were produced with an automatic transmission. Of course, that 426 makes 425 horsepower. Complete rotisserie restoration on this. Getting a look at the beautiful interior there, and you see that automatic is up on the column. No center console, done up in beautiful high impact lemon twist, 15-inch rally wheels all the way around. Just an absolutely perfect restoration. Going to be coming across the block a little bit later today, Scott.
All good. And man, those wing cars still attract attention, and deservedly so. Here is another legit 69 DZ code Z28, Bill.
302, 290 horse with the 4-speed. Has the Winters aluminum intake, and very quickly, the Winters aluminum intake, that's one of the ways that you sort of corroborate whether or not it's the correct engine in these cars. Winters manufactured the intake manifolds on the Z28s and 69. Also the cross ram that was available in the 69 Z28s, that was a Winters intake, Copo Camaros, things like that. So we like to see that. M21 close ratio with 410 posi. Another place where you could get some differentiation in Z28s is the rear end ratio. You get a 355, 373, this with a 410. And we haven't got to the reserve yet, but I'm going to believe we're going to get there soon.
80,000. Hard bid bind here, and I have 80,000. I get 80 to bid, 80 to buy, $80,000. 180 to bid, 75, 80, 75. Thank you.
75 is the bid.
75,000 bid goes on.
And that's going to be the high bid. Bill, we've been on the air 20 minutes. We've already had 3 Z28s, a Copo Camaro, a Grand Sport 400 Buick, an SS 427 Chevy, and now a Oldsmobile 442 W30.
It's Muscle Mania at Mecum. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, if you were going to ask me what one of my favorite muscle cars from the muscle car period is, you're looking at it right now. That's a W30 442 from 1970. Of course, the red inner fender wells that actually became black in 1972. So I like these earlier cars. 370 horse is what you got out of that 455 with the W30 option. And this, look, 4-speed transmission. And this also has the W25 hood. I don't know if you noticed it, but it's got the twin scoops that are functional for ram air. So it's got all the right stuff. Special order Sebring yellow, as you can see, with the black stripes. These cars were 13-second quarter-mile cars right off the bat. And, yeah, 60's not going to buy it, and I have, I have no shock value there. That's going to take a little bit more than that.
Up next, then, is a 1937 Packard. This is a Super 8 Custom.
Yeah, but it is Well done for sure. This is a show winner. Take a look at it right now. Power plant, supercharged and fuel injected, 350. Turbo 400 automatic transmission. Look at that. Look at the workmanship there. Just so surgical. They put air conditioning in this car, modern rack and pinion steering, height Super Ride 2, front suspension. They've got coilovers underneath there with four-wheel disc brakes. Now, the original car back in 1937 was the pace car for the 1937 Indianapolis 500.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, with all the customization that's been done to this Packard, they still used an original steel body, and they were able to work that magic to produce this car for us.
Kept the rumble seat in it, too.
That's cool.
Yep.
Have you ever ridden in a rumble seat?
No.
Me
That's
either.
funny. Me neither.
I haven't.
Why? I don't know, because I know people that haven't, but maybe they don't want me in it. I hadn't thought of that.
45,000. 45,000. Close the bid. Thank you. 40,000
Blake
bid
Baugh
goes on.
there with
Now
the
offering
consigners,
S98 to 1957
and
Chevrolet
they're
Miller convertible.
not
It's
prepared to
frame
let
on
it
the store
go
with
at
a fuel injected
$40,000.
283 V8 and a 3-speed, no reserve.
Sells at no reserve.
And so our first look at a 57 Bel Air right now. This is a very cool car, Bill, selling at no reserve. Tell me why.
Straight up original. No hot rodding here. Frame off restoration and that fuel injected 283 with a 3-speed manual transmission shifted on the column. Power operated convertible top. That is not a standard feature. A lot of cars back in the day did not have a power convertible top. They were manual. This one has the optional power top and the Wonder Bar radio, another option. Just push the little bar there on the radio, on the face of the radio there, and it scans till it finds a signal.
Oh, that's the first thing I do, man. Sirius XM.
Tune the radio?
Sirius XM.
Oh, it's right there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bet you do. You know what? Back in the day, an AM radio was like the top technological feature for a sound system.
Yes, it was.
No one ever dreamed we'd be able
Sure.
to have a satellite system in our cars. And a lot of cars didn't even have radios. That 383, too, rated at 283 horsepower.
283?
283, yeah. We've told a story of how that motor made 290 horsepower, but Chevy wanted to make hay with 1 horsepower per cubic inch, so they said 283/283.
The marketing guys love that one, didn't
Well,
they?
that's
the whole point.
where it came from.
All right, 80,000 for that Bel Air. Right behind it from 1970. GT350 now.
Yep, and according to our best sources, this is one of one, the only GT350 produced in 1970 in special grabber orange with a red interior. That is a kooky color scheme, let me tell you. Powered by a 351, that's a Windsor, 290 horsepower, 4-barrel carb. This one, a 4-speed GT350, power steering and front disc brakes, and a traction lock rear end. All pretty solid hardware there. You see those really super Shelby 5-spoke alloy wheels all the way around. No reserve. We're going to get a hammer and a new owner.
So at no reserve, this GT350 brings $110,000. We will pause for a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, folks. There is a lot of good material headed your way. Oh, look at that one.
Welcome back to the Indiana State Fairgrounds for ESPN Plus's continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. And you know what? I don't think Mecum Auctions has ever been accused of being cheesy, except maybe for when talking about these cars I'm about to show you. This is one of 14 Swiss cheese racers that were produced in 1963. They were all Catalinas. And why were they given that name? Well, if you saw the frame underneath this car, you will notice that there are multiple holes punched into that frame in a weight-saving effort. This car's curb weight is brought down to about 3,300 pounds. Roger Huntington, who wrote for Hot Rod Magazine back in the early 60s, coined the phrase Swiss cheese car, and a legend was born. And I know Bill Stevens is going to have a whole lot more information about these cars because they are near and dear to his heart. They're going to be up on the block very, very soon. And Bill, I know you got bated breath, buddy.
Send me in, Coach. I'm all ready. Oh, boy.
There are 2 Swiss cheese cars here today.
We're lucky when we get one. Now we have 2.
Yep. All right, on the block is 1969 El Camino. Thank you, Chris, by the way. 69 El Camino Super Sport. Tell me about the power plant.
Well, you know, we're talking about all these high-performance Pontiacs. This isn't exactly sliced luncheon meat here. How about a 1969 El Camino with that 375-horse L78, 396, and a 4-speed, and it just sold.
For $38,000. That combination for 38 grand?
And the color scheme,
yes.
The condition, level of restoration. Wow.
Okay, Bill. 1981 Corvette, black, red interior.
And the C3 generation coming to a close. So differently than the way it opened back in 1968 with the big blocks, big power. And now here we are in 1981. We've got a 190 horsepower 350 in there. And an automatic transmission. This was the last year in the generation that you could get a 4-speed. 1982, the following year, when they closed out the C3s, all you could get would be an automatic. 1981, you had a couple of choices for your engine, but 1982, again, this is a period when the Corvette was kind of losing all of its swagger that had been built up over the previous 2 generations. But the condition of this car, outstanding.
And the consignor telling us that 3,000 original miles on that odometer.
I believe it.
All righty. I mentioned Super Duties, and here is the first of these that we'll see today from 1961.
1961, and the Super Duty program is going into full stride thanks to Bunky Knudsen, who was on his way to Chevrolet in 1961, believe it or not, and had to come up with cars to compete with these Super Duties. He was the grandfather of this, and there you see the 389 cubic inch, 348 horsepower tri-power engine. On the side, you see Ace Wilson from Royal Pontiac. That was the dealership in Royal Oak, Michigan that teamed up with the factory Pontiac folks to come up with these high-performance drag racing Pontiacs. This is the Ventura body style and trim level. You even see the original 8-lug wheels on this car. They were drag raced with those wheels. Jim Wangers in a car very much like this was just a demon on the drag strips. He won regional events, went on to win the U.S. Nationals earlier, and you know, this is a car that just set the table for what was to come when we get into those Swiss cheese cars that we just got a quick look at with Chris Jacobs.
120 right now, and these cars, by the way, are all selling at no reserve.
Yeah. This has a 4-speed. The very early drag racing Pontiacs going back to 1959, 1960 had 3 speeds. The 4-speed would come in later. And the lightweight chassis was only the beginning when we talk about those Swiss cheese cars. Over the course of the Super Duty program, they were putting aluminum components all over these automobiles to try to cut the weight on them.
150.
This was kind of the tip of the spear, if you will, of really some high-end innovation in the race car world at that point in time.
Well, again, Bunky Knudsen, the guy that was at the head of Pontiac in 1956, one of the first things he wanted to do was to change Pontiac's image, get into racing, and not only on the drag strip, but at the NASCAR super speedways. I remember Fireball Roberts winning the 1962 Daytona 500 in a Pontiac number 22.
157,500 is the bid. 162.5. 162.5.
62.5.
162.5. $165,000. 165. 165. 165. Is that your daughter with you?
Yes. Both my daughters are here.
Is that your daughter?
Yeah, both my daughters are here.
They're both your daughters. And you're teaching your daughters to be quitters. I can't believe it.
There's more cars.
162.5. $165,000. 165. Yes? So $162,500. Rainbow.
All right. Well, the gentleman that bought that, you may recognize him. That is Gary Riley from out in the Denver area. He is a world-class restoration guy. Matter of fact, I visited with him last night after the show for about 20 minutes, and he just picked up that car. So we move on now to and go back to 1960 with an exceptionally rare Super Duty. Bill?
I know this gets confusing now, but the Super Duty Pontiacs back in 1960, 1961 with the 389s, yeah, they were very successful on the drag strip, but in 1961, they started to get the 421 cubic inch big block engine. So we're going backwards here to 1960. And it was in 1960 that old Jim Wangers, that marketing maven for Pontiac, won the U.S. Nationals stock eliminator crown. This one was driven by one of the all-time great Pontiac campaigners on the quarter mile, Dick Jesse, so well known in the Pontiac community for his racing exploits. This one also with a 389 with 368 horsepower. Beautiful frame-off restoration by Chuck Simpson down in South Carolina. Tri-power carbs, this one
I already got that.
also with that 4-speed transmission, and this one with the extremely rare cast aluminum exhaust manifolds. By the way, this has a automatic rather, not the 4-speed. However, it does have those aluminum exhaust manifolds, very much treasured by fans of the Super Duty Pontiacs.
137,500, 140, 140, 140,000, 140, 140, 142.5, 142.5, 140 bid, 142.5.
By the way, you see Hot Chief number 2.
Yes.
This is the only known surviving 1960 Catalina Super Duty. And it just sold again. Gary and Company for $140,000.
Yeah, and I mentioned a little earlier about how Pontiac really get into the lightweight components. This car has that aluminum front bumper. Really trying to cut down on the rolling weight for these big full-size cars.
Okay, here is a 62 Catalina Super Duty with that dual quad 421.
Yeah, the 421, as I mentioned, now moving into the Super Duty cars. 2 4-barrel carburetors, over 400 horsepower. And this one has 430 gears in the back. These 421s, they were set up to be able to rev high enough to make the best use of those 430s. This one with a 4-speed manual transmission. Aluminum hood, other aluminum components. No radio or heater, as you can imagine. No sound deadening, no seam sealer. All the things you'd find on a production car. And again, those 8-lug wheels.
By the way, we should also point out that these cars, the last 3, are part of the Bobby Knudsen collection. No relation to Bunky, apparently.
No.
But it's total irony, isn't it?
That is. The stars were aligning when this happened.
120.
Well, and somewhere Bill Packard Jr. is kicking himself because he was the original Pontiac dealer that Wangers went to offer him the contract to modify these cars. He said he had to ask his dad to do it, but Royal Pontiac and Ace Wilson, whose name we're going to see repeatedly, He wouldn't let Wayers out of his office until a contract was signed.
And it's a good thing, too, because what Royal Pontiac was able to do with those Royal Bobcat cars, geez, has so much to do with Pontiac's success.
Last call. Last call for alcohol.
112.5. 115. So 112,000.
Okay, 112.5 buys that. 1962 Catalina Super Duty. More coming up. Get your bun and your lunch meat ready. We've got a couple of Swiss cheeses on the way.
Yummy.
We're back at Indy with big money on the block with another Super Duty. Bill Stevens, 62 Catalina, 175 the current bid.
All I can say is homina, homina, homina. How about that Mandalay red with a red, burgundy, and white interior? This was a successful race car as well, like the others we've already seen. 421 Super Duty with 2 4-barrels and a 4-speed transmission with 430 gears. But a very plain Jane exterior. Hard to be able to perceive how much danger is lurking beneath that car.
Did you mention the lightweight aluminum exhaust
Aluminum
manifolds?
exhaust, like the last car that we saw, very rare.
Wow. There we go, 177.5. What a sweet car. Well, we are so happy to once again be partnering with National Parts Depot again this year, and it's time for today's NPD preview. Bill?
Full custom 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Now, the NPD people, they can help you with any kind of modification you make on your car. You take a look at that beautifully restored engine room underneath there. Might have some NPD componentry in there as well. Daytona yellow inside the car, looking pretty stock. But if you're restoring your 1969 Camaro, as we snoop inside, hope you're going to have that book in front of you. That's the NPD catalog, National Parts Depot, and it's very easy to get.
And very easy to get your parts after you order them from the catalog or on the website, often getting them to your door in 3 days or less. NationalPartsDepot.com.
I think I said full custom. I meant full restored.
Oh.
Obviously, a full restored 69 Z28.
Yes. Okay. SRT Demon 2018. No reserve, 90 grand.
Yeah, well used. I mean, it's got a couple thousand miles on it. The thing most unusual that I think stands out to everybody first blush are those chromed Demon wheels. I've never seen that before. It's an interesting look on this Tour Red.
That is the best endorsement for me not wanting black wheels on my car.
There you go. Yeah, we've discussed this in the bed. Bill is not a black wheel fan, so maybe this is your Demon right here.
I'm digging those wheels.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night. In my head, I hear him talking about those black wheels.
Sorry.
It's definitely an unusual look. I'm glad that they just chromed what looks to be the original Demon wheels instead of going with something completely different and customized. So definitely, fits the bill as far as the car itself goes. You know, we all know they only made 3,000 of them for U.S. market, 300 for Canada. This is number 2237, so they probably painted those Tour Red cars towards the end of the run.
Would you guys agree that those chrome wheels kind of give it a little bit more of a vintage look, a vintage vibe?
5-spoke wheel, yeah.
Absolutely, I was thinking the same thing. That
style
chromed
wheel.
out look,
Yeah.
kind of harkens back to the 70s.
You want 91? Do you want 91? Now two, Internet. 91, 92, 91, bid, anybody get 92? I have 91,000, anybody get 92?
Just drop that hammer. Drop it. Drop it.
So, $91,000, Lucas Love.
You got her.
112.
All right, 91 grand for the 2018 Demon. 1970 Hemi Superbird next, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is the one, a Hemi Superbird. This market, it goes up, it comes down, it goes back up again. It's on the growth curve again, especially with cars like this, not only with the Hemi, but the level of restoration. And Chris, you gave us the preview on this automobile, and you were able to get your nose sniffing around that entire car. What did you see?
Interestingly enough, I gave you a preview of the Lemon Twist Hemi Superbird automatic that's here.
The other
There's
one,
actually
yeah.
two, and unbelievably, they're both column shift. Only 77, as I said, left the factory with the automatic. Not sure what the numbers are on column shift versus floor shift. But yeah, both highly restoration-wise, very well done. Interesting to note, too, this one is also Tour Red, as is the Demon that just rolled off. Two different shades of red, but called the same color.
300,000, no reserve.
Column shifts on muscle cars, pretty rare, but not totally uncommon either. We've seen Pontiac GTO judges with column shifters from time to time.
Yeah, we touched on that briefly yesterday, and I guess it's, a matter of personal preference maybe as to what you're going to order from the factory, but this one unusual in the fact that it's a column shift Hemi.
Yeah, sometimes you go to the dealer wanting a muscle car, and you can get the one that's there that's got a column shift, or order one and the dealer says you got to wait 2 months. So yeah, you know what? I'll get the column shift.
Well, very rare nonetheless. Only 1,916 Superbirds produced in total. Over triple the number of its Dodge counterpart wing car, the Daytona, where only 503 were produced there for homologation, obviously.
And I'm giggling because you know how I am with these fallacious numbers from Detroit. The rumor is that Charger 500, they didn't build 503, but they built lesser cars and counted them as part of the Charger 500s just to make that 500 number.
Just to make that homologation number.
Yeah, you never know, I'm telling you.
380 for that Hemi Superbird as we head over to the 303 staging lane with Danielle now.
Thank you, Scott Hoke. Coming your way in just a moment, a 1954 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster that may be one of the most beautiful, rare, and special you will ever find. Bloomington Gold Certified, NCRS Top Flight Award winner, judging sheets included with the purchase of the car. The original side curtains play beautifully with this frame-off restoration. Also rare for its color, the pennant blue paint, one of only 300 ever built in this color. 235 cubic inch Blue Flame 6, so it checks the performance box to the highest degree, guys. I don't know if there's such a thing as perfection, but I would say it checks as many boxes as you could to get close to it. Coming your way soon, Scott.
Very good, Danielle. Thank you so much for that one. We'll look for it. And in the meantime, another Pontiac Catalina Royal Super Duty 62, this version.
I'm not tired of these yet. I don't know about you.
Nope.
62 Super Duty Catalina. They built 178 of these. And this one has the 421 in it, which debuted in the Super Duty cars the year before, and the 4-speed. And, of course, those super rare cast aluminum exhaust manifolds. Try to find a set of those at a swap meet. Good luck. Now this one has the Ace Wilson Royal Pontiac livery on it. Ace Wilson, Milt Shornock, the guys that ran things at Royal Pontiac up at Royal Oak, Michigan, and they went hand in hand with Jim Wangers, Bunky Knudsen, that whole crowd to campaign these high-performance drag racing Pontiacs. And boy, they were calling the tune for quite a while.
30, 30, 40, 340, 50, 350, baby, when you get 50, when you get 50, when you get 350. $350,000. Please take it out. 350. 360.
Once again, no reserve.
$360.
We're going to do this. Get ready, Indianapolis.
370. Oh. Or
Hey,
400.
I was thinking the same thing. 400.
I think a third bidder may have jumped into the mix here. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think someone was just kind of waiting on the bench before they jumped in.
390.
Be $400,000. Yes?
Yes.
400.
390.
Oh.
Yeah.
Rip.
His idea.
390.
That's a big jump. We'll see if it's enough.
Excuse me. 410. Nobody wants to be the 400, so be 410. 410. You want to be 400.
So now we want to be
Hey, Mr. 390.
425.
You want to be 410.
So Jordan Hunter there in the upper left
Hey,
is
don't let him
with
get away with this. Come on, 410.
the current high bidders.
410.
How about you? 410.
One more time. A wise
Yes.
man changes his mind.
Yes?
410.
Sneak in there and steal it from him. 10 grand. 410. Sold $400,000.
Well,
Jordan Hunter.
Once again, Gary Riley and company putting up the necessary money for that significant and historic Super Duty at $400,000.
Complete with Jim Wanger's autograph on the sun visor and deck lid.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, here it comes. This is the first of two Swiss cheese 63 Super Duties. Bill, this was one of two built for the legendary Mickey Thompson.
Yeah, some of the greatest drag racers in history, they ran these cars. Arnie Beswick had these, and Mickey Thompson, and as I mentioned before, Dick Jesse and the great Donnie Gay, senior and junior out of Texas, and on and on and on. Swiss cheese chassis to lighten the car. 120 holes are driven through the mainframe of this automobile to take the pounds away. Plus other lightweight pieces, the aluminum hood and the fenders and the aluminum brackets for the bumpers go right through the car. You find a lot of lightweight pieces. And in 1963, things came to a crashing halt when the General Motors people decided no more racing. And wow, that was a big shock, not only to the General Motors racers, but to their competitors as well. Suddenly, there was a big hole left in the sky, you might say.
Wow. You mentioned 120 holes. Let's be clear, not just a guy with a drill. I mean, they were strategically placed and well thought out.
Yeah, because they didn't want to compromise the structural integrity of the car.
Exactly.
$570,000 bid. You want to go 70 bid? 575. 595. 595. 595. 595,000.
580.
580. 590. 590. 590. 590.
Wow, this is going to be
600.
maybe a world record for a Super Duty Pontiac right here.
600,000 now is built.
That's a Pontiac. You don't get
And that is $100 grand above Mecum's published estimate ahead of the auction.
$625,000 once, $625,000 twice, 650, 650, 625, anybody get 650, or
Did Steve McQueen
700.
own this car?
You'd begin to think
Go ahead,
that.
laugh. None of you thought it was going to
This is an auctioneer's dream right here.
No doubt.
$650,000. 650,000 once, 650,000 twice.
Not my ideal, but it's 640.
Oh boy. 640. 650. 650. Don't get weak now. 650. Yeah, you got him on the ropes. I mean, he's down there at the bottom now. 650.
Lend me some money, Dave.
650. I mean, his next stop's going to be Mecum Financial. 650. 650. Yeah, me too. 650. Come on, man. You've tried. Come on. $650,000. Give him some support. 650. $650,000. Once, twice, he's going to be driving your car. $645,000. 650. You got him on the ropes.
Hey, 650.
650.
Wow.
675. Do me a favor now. Give $675,000 for it. 675. Or 700 is an option. $675,000. 675. Give 675. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Okay? I'll make you a deal. All these witnesses. You bid 675. If he bids again, I will not come back and ask you for another bid. I promise. I promise I will not ask you again. I'll sell it over here. 675. Yes? $675,000. And I won't ask you again. 675.
You may be
660, and I won't ask you again. 660. 660. $660,000. Once, twice, last call, and it is.
Wow.
Sell the car.
Sell it when I'm good and ready to. 660?
Yeah.
Oh my
See?
word.
See?
That guy
Who is
really
that guy
wants it.
over
They
there?
both do.
660. 700.
No. 675.
$675,000. Now, I told him I wouldn't ask him again. Hey, Russ, do me a favor. Ask him for $700,000.
Sir, give $700,000 for it. He said he wouldn't ask you, but I will. Give 700. Give 700. $700,000. You wore him out. Give 700. $700,000. Anybody else? 685. 680. It's first time I asked you. Give 685. 685. 685. Just do it. Give 685. $685,000. You want to? 685. Anybody else? You want her? 608. Last call. You done? Jimmy?
685. Sold. $675,000. Jordan Hunter. Here's Russ Conklin.
Bill, what a moment that was.
Would you have guessed that we would see that kind of bidding on that car? We knew it
No.
would be well into six figures.
Yes.
But approaching $700,000, and well, you know how I feel about these cars. I would pay that much if I had that in the bank.
And again, way above the pre-auction estimate for that car. Oh, but wait, there's more.
Yeah, what an encore. You're not seeing things. It's another 63 Catalina Super Duty Swiss cheese hardtop. And it also has that 421 cubic inch V8 engine and all of the gingerbread that we saw on the previous car comes along on this one. Extensively raced by Mickey Thompson, the great hot rodder from Southern California. Dual 4 barrels, approaching 500 horsepower. And as I think I mentioned earlier, these early Super Duty cars came with 3-speed manual transmissions before the 4-speeds worked their way in. This one with the Borg-Warner 3-speed.
And a quick correction, I mentioned that Mickey Thompson had 2 of these built for him. This was the one I was referring to, not the previous one. So sorry about that.
Yeah, no, well noted.
430. Well, the bar's been set, Chris.
And Bill, would you agree that Frank Bridge is ruining the day? He was the GM executive who shut down Bunky Knutson's idea for performance, which caused him to go to Royal Oak, Michigan.
Oh, my
And
God.
look at that. The gentleman in the blue shirt just bought this Super Duty Swiss cheese for $430,000. Welcome back to Indy with the last of the 13 62 Catalina Super Duties. I'm sorry, the last of the 13 cars of the Bunky Newton.
You got
How
it.
about the Bobby Knutson collection? It is a Super Duty.
Yes, it is. Raced successfully all along the East Coast by old Harold Ramsey, running under the Union Park Pontiac banner. And this one has that 421 over 400 horsepower. This one with a 4-speed. And we told you earlier that those lightweight aluminum exhaust manifolds are extremely rare. I think we had a half a dozen of them here in the last half hour. We may have to stop saying that from now on. 430, heavy duty, safety track, rear end, set up for drag racing. This is ready to go, and this would be welcomed with open arms at any vintage drag racing event anywhere.
Yeah, my brain is still swimming after those Swiss cheese cars.
Me too.
Hit the block. 157.5 will wrap up the 13 cars from the Knudsen collection. On the auction block now, spectacular 2020 Ford GT. This is one of the now legendary Carbon Series Ford GTs.
Carbon Series meaning you're going to find carbon fiber all over this Ford GT. We're talking passenger seat shell, the body panels, doors, hood, fenders, front and rear fascias, front splitter. I'm telling you, Steve Matchett, you want to talk about lightweight componentry, there's plenty on this one.
Yes, there absolutely is, Bill. And if you look at the wheels, particularly these carbon wheels, 10-spoke wheels, and also look, the wheel nuts themselves, the lugs, are titanium wheel nuts designed to just lower that unsprung weight as much as possible. Anything that it's not it's out of the control range of the suspension, which we call unsprung weight, you need to try and make it as lightweight as possible because the suspension on the car cannot help with that. So the way around it is to make it light. Titanium exhaust system, also to keep the weight down. Weight. Strip as much weight as possible off the car, and also it looks spectacular with all this carbon, quite frankly.
We're going to have our first $1 million bid here today. Looks that way.
Getting close. 233 miles of use on this Ford GT, and it has that twin-turbo 3.5-liter EcoBoost V6, pushing out 660 horsepower with a 7-speed dual-clutch automatic.
$1 million asking one, $1,150,000.
The red graphics package, a $27,800 option.
That's cheap for a
And that goes to
Carbon
show you
Series.
just how more valuable these Carbon Series are than the one that we saw yesterday with that unusual livery, the Alpine white, or the frost white with the green stripes, which went for $700,000. We're way above that due to the Carbon Liquid Series.
Yeah. The green stripes were merely a $17,000 option, not so much as this.
Liquid Carbon, quite a bit more expensive option.
$1,100,000 asking $1,150,000. It's going off the block. $1,100,000 asking $1,150,000. You want to try $1,125,000? Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, 1.1 will come up a bit short. Had a bidder in the house on the telephone, as you saw, but not enough at 1.1. So next, 1980 Porsche 930 Turbo. Chris Jacobs, right to you.
Well, you know that name Gembala means a lot to Porsche aficionados in the early 80s. Yui Gembala was famous for heightening the performance of these cars, and it all started with what you're seeing right there, that front bumper and spoiler combination around to the custom side sills, and then finally the rear bumper, but not just aerodynamic enhancements here. It also features that Gembala exhaust system. This is actually the first of the series, or the version 2, and the only coupe, so extremely rare car here, only 44,000, just under 45,000 miles on the clock. And interestingly enough, these cars were quite proficient on the racetrack. Gembala's briefly held the Nürburgring record for passenger cars. The second time it was bested by the Carrera GT. So no slouches in the performance department.
Yeah, and you know, one of the major aspects of these cars back around that time period is that the emissions laws and safety regulations in this country were so strict that the gray market was born and people could buy these cars in Europe, and there were companies here in America that could get them federalized and get them legal for the United States of America. Classic Motors actually did the work on this car to make it American legal.
Very interesting story about the Gembala company and Gembala the man. So if you're interested in that, definitely research that online. Very interesting story.
And the bid goes on that particular Porsche at 160. Bill, does this look familiar? Your top of the show Corvette coming up.
I'll never forget it.
Well, we are back live just in time for Bill, your 1963 split window custom.
Let's review and discuss, shall we?
Sure.
Full custom 63 split window coupe with a C7 Corvette chassis from Street Shop and a 791 horsepower 6.2 liter LS3 thanks to that Magnuson supercharger, 5-speed Tremec TKO 600, and an interior that is just so decadent. That's what you call your custom saddle leather with chocolate trim. And we'll just sneak through this passenger window and get another quick look at it as you see those beautifully mounted alloy wheels and the Willwood brake calipers and custom side exhausts. What a car.
Wow. High bid at $195,000. We've got a couple of breaking news items, but before we tell you about those, want to focus on a 65 Corvette for you, Bill.
Hey, if you missed out on the last one, let's go to the 65 that has almost as much customization as the one we just saw. This has a Lingenfelter LS3 in it, making 550 horsepower. No supercharger on this one, but it has got that beautiful champagne fizz interior, so this interior certainly compares with the one that we just saw. Paul Atkins is responsible for that interior, a guy who's been responsible for so many show-winning interiors. Other custom features include that I did it steering column. Special classic auto air conditioning has been installed in this. Willwood disc brakes underneath with a Hydro Boost 6-piston front and 4-piston rear calipers. It'll stop as well as go.
220 is bid here.
Factory style side exhaust, as you can see.
Come on, sell the
high-end sound too. There's a custom head unit with a Bluetooth setup and a backup camera. Pretty trick.
Come on. Yep, we got it.
Can't overlook that 1967 big block Corvette Stinger hood on there.
Right.
Something we see
You want me to
commonly.
throw 235 in there? Give me 235. Hey! 235!
Did you mention the color on this one?
Yes, I think I did. If I didn't, yes, I did. Champagne fizz.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, kind of a tweener between silver and gold.
It is.
You know?
But I like that brown-ish Stinger out front. That's a cool contrast.
Yeah, your eye kind of goes right to it when you look at the front of the car.
245.
That's what I said.
I kind of figured on the last one.
That's the permanent ride height too, by the way. No hydraulics, no airlift. It's
Let's try 245 and see what happens. Think about it. Talk to him.
No
245 might get you there.
On this.
Let's think about this. All he can do is say no.
Last one, 245.
245.
Except
That'd
the
be my
cross
home.
flags front and rear.
Hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, and the filler cap on the back.
Right.
Otherwise, not much.
Good luck, guys.
Even went with the monochrome bumpers on this.
Yeah!
Those might escape your notice.
Yes.
You know?
He's out.
Boy, that's a good catch.
Right there.
He's out.
Right in front of our noses.
200. Now you're going to quit. 250. 245.
We're not.
250. 1, 2.
Sell the man the car. Ready?
He said no.
Is it going to go for 245? Yes, it is. 240.
What do we say?
$5,000 for that custom Corvette.
Yeah.
Well, we mentioned breaking
had to take the
news,
long
and
road.
let's hit the rewind button for a second. While we were in the previous commercial, we had this 63 split window, fuel-injected Corvette, Sebring Silver Bill, 4-speed manual transmission. This one brought the money at $260,000.
The split window coupe market, at least as far as we're concerned, this week in Mecum is beginning to really heat up. But I think it's the quality of these cars and their presentation, not to mention the fuel-injected versions of these cars that people are really beginning to want to own again.
And also bringing you up to date on that 1980 Gembala Porsche 930 Turbo. It did sell just off the auction block for $165,000. So good news all around there. Paint Hall of Fame, no doubt about this, on a 33 Ford Victoria.
Oh my!
Just got to $100,000.
Yeah, that is an International Show Car Association turntable car if I've ever seen one.
Welcome back to Indy here in the staging lanes. We've given so much love to Corvette C1s and C2s. How about some love for a C3? None better than this one right here, 1969 L88, sporting the 427 with that Muncie Rock Crusher M22 4-speed, backing it up. Beautifully restored in its Fathom green over saddle. My favorite thing about this car is it is radio delete. Why would you need a radio when you can have that 427 to serve as your soundtrack? What a beautiful, beautiful car. Coming across the block very, very soon. You guys will definitely have your eyes on this one, Scott and Bill.
Oh, anytime you say L88, man, my ears perk up. I know yours do.
Yeah, and again, it's a car that we don't see all the time, but when they show up, they never fail to attract attention. The L88.
Here is a 66 Corvette that is rolling just off the block, Bill, that is equipped with that legendary little L79 engine.
The most powerful small block hydraulic lifter V8 from Chevrolet up until this point in history. This is a two-time NCRS Top Flight Regional winner. They did not spare any expenses when they performed the restoration on this car. That is a matching numbers drivetrain, by the way, with a 4-speed Muncie transmission. And this one with factory air conditioning, that places it. Pretty select group, only 492 Corvettes with the L79 and 66 came with AC. Milano Maroon with a saddle leather interior. Classic exterior and interior combination. We're over $100,000. No surprise there. Gold line tires, full hubcaps.
Well, it's going to take a little bit more than 107.5 to get that deal done. And so we'll let it roll out of the building here and present for you perhaps one of the ultimate Camaros, Bill, from 2002.
Originally sold at Berger Chevrolet in Grand Rapids, Michigan, but that's only half the story. This is a GMMG car. Now, this is a company no longer doing this, but they were like an aftermarket hop-up shop for Camaros. This is one of 37 of the Phase 3 models they did. And they have 3 original window stickers still affixed to the automobile, just in case you're a history buff. And believed to be one of 3 of the black Phase 3 GMMG cars built with a 600 horsepower, 7-liter LS6 with a 6-speed transmission. Short throw shifter, and that all leads to a 410 rear end. It's been upgraded to take that power, all 600 horsepower of it.
Would that be the GMMG treatment? Would that be similar to Yenko back in the day?
To some degree, yes. GMMG, not really into the big engine swap kind of thing that Yenko did, but they would hop up what you had and add some other little goodies to increase both the power and the handling.
72, you're out there, 75.
Boy, those that option code ZL1, that gives you goosebumps.
Oh boy. L88 ZL1. I'm running out of goosebumps.
Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese.
Oh. Running out of goosebumps.
Oh dear.
I'm trying to like not be on the camera and have to read my.
77, 77 pounds in, 75, 77 pounds and out of bed, 75 pounds in, 77, 75 pounds, 77, 80.
Russ Conklin at the helm here.
80 pounds.
That's our auctioneer right now.
80 pounds.
Yeah, GMMG, Yenko, Nicky, Motion Performance. How many aftermarket companies were providing special performance upgrades for the Camaro throughout its entire life?
Well, you mentioned this one was sold new at Berger up in Grand Rapids. That's another one to throw in there.
Sure. Don Yenko, he was all over those first-gen Camaros.
Okay, 80, 82. We're going to close bid at 80,000, 82, 85. Deals on 85, 82 pounds in the back row, 85.
Well, they have almost closed the bid.
Now 90, me neither.
We've had a couple of last-minute Larrys jump into the mix.
85, 87. Now 90. Now 90,000. 87, 90. Okay. We're going to close bid at $87,000 for a little.
All right, second time around, it's going to go to the bid goes on at $87,000. Okay. Well, we talked so much about those early '60s Pontiac Super Duty cars. Over at Chevy, we had the Impala Super Sport. This one with that 409.
This is the opposite number from the Super Duty cars, although this was not a race car, but there were racing 409s to be sure before 1963. This one was restored. A gentleman, anybody who knows 409s knows Lamar Walden, and he used new old stock parts, NOS parts, when he restored this car whenever he could get them. This is the QB Code 409, 409 horsepower. Before the run of the 409 ended in 1965, they were making 425 horsepower or more if they were the Z11. So these were great drag racing engines, not so much NASCAR engines, just didn't have that much durability. This also has the W heads. Now, when you look at a 348 or a 409, it looks like an upside-down W, and that's why people think that's why they're called W heads. But that was actually the GM code for those cylinder heads. Had nothing to do with the shape of them. So a lot of history represented by this 62 409 Impala. Anniversary gold. That's what they painted it. Black convertible top. And by the way, may I also add, maybe you didn't know this. Do you know that small block Chevys were not called small blocks until Chevy started building the 348 409 big blocks? Then you had to differentiate between them.
It's kind of like you can't say annual if it's the first one, because it, or you know, and kind of like the Chrysler letter cars. They weren't named the 300A at the beginning.
No, it was a C300.
Right.
It was a C. The first one was a C300. And the second one was a 300B.
Right.
Just to confuse us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
130 pounds and 135. 5 and 130 down, pound it back at 135. 130 pounds and 5. 135.
Well, no, 140. Let's go take 140 and then take out the things. Get going.
We got to get momentum going. We're trying to
132.5, and I'll do it at 8%.
130. 135. Anybody else?
I think 140. Right.
Exactly. 130. 130 pound a bit. 130 pounds it out at 135. Anybody else? 130. 135. Pounded it out, Dad. Well, we're going to close the bid. Good close bid.
All right,
130 pounds and a bid goes on at 130. Here's Matt.
On that Impala SS. We need to take another break here real quick. 90 minutes into our show. Still a long way to go and some massive cars still to come.
Mecum Indy just hits different. We've been telling you the last few days, we have some of the finest, most rare, and high-performance cars in the world, and a few from the Dave Frea collection are crossing the block in just a moment. Want to highlight these showstoppers, beginning with the bright red 2014 Ferrari LaFerrari. V12 hybrid engine, a staggering 949 horsepower, top speed 217 miles per hour. Just behind the Ferrari is the McLaren Elva 2021 edition, only 149 ever produced. Over 6 figures in upgraded options, including this eye-popping paint called Pacific Color Stream. That's a $40,000 upgrade and the lightest McLaren ever built. Don't forget about the 2015 Bugatti Ventise crossing the block soon, one of only 150 Grand Sports ever produced. A staggering 1,200 horsepower, thought to be the last Grand Sport bought in the United States. Top speed, 254 miles per hour. Scott Hoke, that is going to be a special collection when it crosses the block in a matter of moments. But first, we head over to Steve Matchett.
Thank you, Danielle. Well, I am standing alongside arguably one of the most significant cars in the history of motor racing, certainly in the United States, and I don't say that lightly. This is Ford GT109. It is the prototype car for the Ford GT40 project, but this very car did take place in the 1965 running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. If that isn't special enough, of course, much of the design work on this went on to the completed design of the GT40. You'll notice it is an open top version, this prototype, and the problem was, as far as the aerodynamics is concerned, we had a lot of turbulence flowing from the front of the car into the cockpit. They did come up with this plexiglass panel that they fitted here inside the car to see if that had a positive or negative effect on the pressure. Ultimately, the answer, as we know, was to put a roof onto the car, and the GT40 legend was born. But this car played a massive role in all of that technological build-up.
Steve, thank you very much. That car actually is about 5 lots away, and we will see it live here on ESPN Plus in a few minutes. For the moment, it's a Cougar XR7 convertible, Bill.
Just sold for $105,000. Bill, why so much? One of 17 with a 428 Cobra jet and a 4-speed transmission. If you didn't want a Cougar Eliminator back in 1970, but you wanted all the punch, that's the way you went.
Next up is the 67 Sunbeam Tiger Mark II at $75,000 to open here.
So much fun to see these Sunbeam Tigers, because I can remember when they were pretty much unwanted. They were just kind of sitting around. People didn't really have much interest in them, but boy, has that changed now. This is a Mark II. That means it has the 289 cubic inch Ford small block with a 4-barrel. Now, they made 271 horsepower in K-code trim. These slightly less, a little more than 200 horsepower the way they were finished out in the Sunbeam Tiger Mark II. And this is the original Carnival Red with white accent stripes. And the reserve comes off. We'll be selling this fairly short.
It almost sounded like you said carnivore red.
Well, to a lot of people, they were quick enough to be described as that.
True. 77 grand buys that Tiger, and we will see the Ford GT 109 next from Indy. Welcome to the State Fairgrounds Coliseum 1965 Ford GT 109. As you join us in seeing it arrive at the Mecum auction block here. One of the top cars most anticipated at this entire auction. And we will see it here in a little while. In the meantime, we will continue to the block and show you a 1965 Buick Riviera Grand Sport.
I'm weeping.
You always get emotional at these.
These cars are so great. 1965, believe it or not, this was the last year of the first generation of the Riviera. They didn't really change on the exterior very much in 1966, but that was a whole new generation. But this car is the GS with the dual quad, big block, 425 cubic inch engine, 360 horsepower. And this one comes with a positive traction rear end as well. Only 3,354 of these were built. This one in Arctic white. But when you talk Buick Riviera, this is the one that I would say is the collector's favorite.
Well, it reached a high mark of 90,000, and the bid goes on. So here it is. Ford GT 109. The predecessor of the GT40, and as we've mentioned so many times, the only Ford GT Roadster to drive at Le Mans.
Well, Steve Matchett has done a great job of taking us through this car. And what other things can you share with us, Stephen?
Well, very, very occasionally do you come across a car of great significance, but this one is just beyond belief. The very fact that he took part in that running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in 1965 must set the bar high enough. But when you consider then that all the technology that was on this car went forward really to finalize the final version of the GT40. The fact that they looked at the open top design of this one and thought, you know, that turbulence is not going to work for us. We've got to cure that. We've got to get rid of that. Over and above all of that, guys, just the overall quality of the condition speaks for itself. It looks just impeccable.
And I will say that this was like a bridge car in the Ford GT program, because the early Ford GTs were unsuccessful, unreliable, almost an embarrassment to Ford. This car came between that period and their great success at Le Mans. That's why this car has such an important role.
It is absolutely that. And we always say in motor racing, before you can do 10 laps, you've got to find out what's going to break on lap 5. You cure that and you move forward and you move forward. When you have a really significant car like this, you're showing the progress of Ford. You're showing how the team moved towards that final GT40.
Henry Ford II, who was running the company at the time, gave all of his gentlemen in this department a blank check to do one thing: beat Ferrari.
And guys, I've got to say, when this car just rolled into the auction block there, the excitement level, the frisson just went straight up. Journalists wanted to take their pictures of the car too as it was rolling onto the block.
Yeah.
We're in the ball of 5, so you have to do 5.6. 5,750. So
5,750. We're out. Asking $6 million.
He'd have to do 6. Doing his thing, so it's anything now at 6 million. It goes 6.
6 million. That's $2
million.
Now we're out.
This bid.
6,250. Assets 6,500. Depends on what you want to do. Yeah.
Yes.
We're at 6,500.
Hey! Knockout punch! $7 million!
Wow, he just bid 7.
My goodness.
Yeah. Now what do you want to do? 7, asking 7,500. You want to be in 7,500?
7.
We're in at 7,250. See what he has now. Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this.
You know, you thought the Super Duty battle was something. Boy, to listen to it.
Goodness.
7,500.
7,500,000. How can you tell? Do you want to take a walk around it before you say no? 7,500,000 on the bid.
Keep your fingers
Get
crossed.
7,250.
Three
Get $7,500,000. $7,500,000.
Yeah.
7,250, 7,500,000.
Reserve hasn't come off yet.
7,500,000. Get 7,250. How about the other guy? 7,500,000. 7,500,000. 7,500,000. Period. I'd get a bit about 5. 7,500,000. I'd get a bit about 7,500,000. Hit it about 7,500,000. I'd get a bit of exactly one at 7.
I got to tell you a quick story. Back in 1990, I was producing a show called Wild About Wheels, and we interviewed Dean Jeffries, the great customizer from California. When we went out to his shop, he had a Ford GT open car in there that he was beginning to restore. That's it. He bought it from Ford in 1968, and it eventually was restored completely by Harley Cluxton.
Glad he didn't decide to customize it.
No, he didn't.
We're still in at 7,750.
Picked up another phone bidder.
I got nothing. Have to be 8.
I believe so. Not going to be $8 million down. Not going to be about 7,500,000 people. It's 7,500,000. Not going to be better. Going to be good. Not going to be $8 million. Not going to be about 7,500,000 people. Outside she goes. Watch your walk. Going to be about 7,500,000 people. $8 million down. Not going to be better. Going to be $8 million. Not going to be about 7,500,000.
Listen to that. It looks like it's going to come up short, everyone, at $7.75 million. Steve, is that not music to your ears?
It's just beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. And I was thinking, guys, when we were listening to the auctioneers working their magic there, we can set the story of the car, and we can say, hey, we think it's a significant car for these reasons, but when you just see the lightning storm explode when the car comes into the auction block, that's it, isn't it?
It takes it to another dimension.
Oh, wow.
They are still working on it. Maybe 8 million is the magic number.
Go in a minute.
Don't know.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, we're in. That's kind of how that works.
I'm going to have to go in a minute. Reserve off. Maybe.
They're reviewing it. $8 million.
Maybe.
Going to be us $8 million bids.
I think we got a fellow bidder over here.
$8 million.
Late bid. But he hasn't bid yet, but they're working on him.
$8 million. I'm going to be ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. We're going to close it at 7,750. We got to be closer to $10 million above the car.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Kind of felt that. Now offering S140.
And you heard Matt tell the audience you got to be closer to 10. How close? Don't know, but still significantly more than what we're looking at here.
Could be some deal making going on right now behind the scenes.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. So 7.75 million is where we leave that Ford GT 109. On the block next, 2023 Demon 170, Challenger SRT Demon 170.
Oh, this is going to go for some heavy bread. Only 502 miles on this Demon. And we've told the story a million times about the SRT Demon from Dodge. Red eye, wide body, the $14,000 option. Premium group, $6,000 if you checked off that box. And of course, the big story, it's that 1,025 horsepower Hemi V8 with a Torque Flight 8-speed automatic.
135. That's the top bid for the Demon 170. All right, let's get back to some muscle car era 1.0 vehicles for a minute or two. How about a McCacken Triple Diamond Award winning 1970 Chevelle Super Sport?
Almost perfection, 992 out of 1,000 points at McCacken. Missed by just that much. Yeah, it's powered by 396. Muncie M20 wide ratio 4-speed transmission. That is the L34 396 that it has, and you see it's the flat lever 4-speed transmission shifter in there. Brand new power operated convertible top. Yeah, that looks like a 100-point car if you took it to any muscle car concours, huh?
What do they give it, 992?
Yeah. 992 out of 1,000. A lot of NOS, new all-stock parts went into this car. Basically parts that were never used, still in the boxes. They're out there, and when you can find them, that certainly adds to the quality of a restoration.
It's off. The reserve is off. It's going to sell.
That's all the money.
Well, it just sold when the reserve came off at $150. $150 for that beautiful Chevelle convertible Super Sport. Stay right in 1970. Over at Ford, they had the Torino Twister special for us.
Yeah, we've had Mustang Twisters, not regularly, but fairly on occasion. And they're rare. How about this one? Only 90 Torino Twister specials were built. 429 Cobra Jet with a 4-speed. That's the way I want mine. Factory air and a top-notch, top-drawer, top-shelf restoration. Bench seat, 4-speed. Accessory gauges there under the dashboard. And you see the Twister Special logo, shaker hood car. And those ever-present Magnum 500 wheels and raised white letter performance radials. Yeah, we're going to need a bunch more money to sell this car. One of only 90. Yeah, this is going to be well into 6 figures before someone signs on the dotted line.
Right, so we'll leave it there at $85,000. And next is 1986 Porsche 911. It's got the turbo look, but it's not a turbo. This is a G-Series 911 from '86.
Fast car, 3.2 liter, 231 horsepower, flat 6 with 5-speed manual transmission. Limited slip differential, that's pretty rare. And the factory short shifter as well. Yeah, and as you said, Scott, that turbo look. Boy, that is, if that's not classic Porsche, the big whale tail you see in the back there.
You know, the funny thing is they actually have a turbo look registry, a la the Shelby registry and others, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, so you can document these cars for sure. Cruise control, it's kind of funny to have in a sports car with this kind of potential. Lowered turbo suspension as well to give it that ride height, give it that hungry look. Fuchs wheels and many other options as well.
Hey, it's an M491. You want to give 65?
60 grand. I mean, that's
under the market.
That's
not,
that's not bad.
No.
You've got the look of a turbo, but still, it's 911 through and through, and it's not going to be enough here at 60. Well, L88, Bill, do you have any goosebumps left for this one?
I sure do. I remember when these cars were introduced in 1967, and what a bombshell these cars were. This is in 1969, the last year for the L88. Only 116 of them were built that year. This is one in Fathom Green. You'll see the saddle interior in just a second, but there is that 427 cubic inch L88 engine, cast iron block, aluminum heads, and there's the interior right there. Factory rated at 430 horsepower, probably one of the all-time great lies ever told, next to the check is in the mail. Easily 500 horsepower any day of the week. M22 4-speed transmission, and in 1969 you get an automatic in these too, but everybody really does want the 4-speed. Side exhaust from the factory, the only year in the C3 generation you could get side exhaust, and when they come on the L88, ka-ching, ka-ching, that's going to make them even more valuable.
Quick question, you talked about your reaction when these came out. Did Chevy make a much bigger deal about the L88 in '67 than they did with the Z28 in the Camaro, which was super quiet?
No, the L88 was kind of under the the radar a little bit, just like that first C28.
Okay,
yeah,
interesting.
they didn't bang their pots and pans when that engine came out because they didn't want people driving them on the street. Remember, they underrated them at 430, and they wanted people to go for the L71 435. So this was an engine that Zora specifically wanted to go racing with, not interested in selling these cars for the average customer.
275 is the bid.
Huh? Drop that correct. Let's try once. What's that? Let's try once.
Yeah, this one will get up to 411 positive traction rear end.
Twice. Let's try twice. What? Oh, you want me to fight with you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No. 300,000.
And you know, Scott, when you're talking about classic muscle cars like this, over the years, a lot of the things that came with the automobile from the factory, they get lost over the years. This car still has the jack tools, the seat belts, washer system, smog system, the plug wires, the original plug wires. A lot of the things, yeah, that it was built with are still with the car.
Well, the reserve, it was off for a minute, and I think the reserve came off. The car sold at $300,000, and you saw the guy with Frank Mecum, Terry Michaelis, formerly Mecum bidder #1,
right.
but one of the fantastic Corvette guys, most knowledgeable in the country.
Especially on L88s too, and he's owned a bunch of them, protein Corvettes, well known throughout the world. Where you want to go if you're looking for well-documented, original or restored Corvettes.
Indeed. Napoleon, Ohio. 2005 Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren. Next, Steve Matchett. Tell me about this one.
Well, it was that beautiful combination of McLaren and Mercedes working in partnership through Formula One, trying to maximize that partnership for a road car deal. McLaren involved in the aerodynamics of the car, and the partnership produced this. I mean, it's an absolutely stunning piece of engineering. Hasn't got gull-wing doors on the car like the 55 cars, but has got what is known as butterfly doors, which look very, very similar.
That was a way to pay homage to those gull-wing cars with those really wild doors, you know, that were hinged at the roof. So they didn't go that wild, but still the butterfly doors, they open vertically and tilt forward when you open them up.
Cool looking design.
Yeah. It's a tour de force of engineering from bumper to bumper, as you know.
Yeah, it is. Genuine diffuser on the rear of the car with strakes to try and get the air to flow underneath as well as around the sides. They've always been desirable.
Oh, still are, you bet.
And this will wrap up at $300,000, so the bid goes on. More coming up from Indy and the Spring Classic and the 7 supercars and 1 SUV from the Dave Frea collection.
Welcome back to Indy. All right, you give me a car hauler with 5 slots on it to take home after this auction. One of the spots is reserved for this beauty. 1971 Plymouth Cuda, sporting the 383 under the hood, backed up by the 4-speed pistol grip transmission, done beautifully in dark green metallic over black, bucket seats, center console, rally gauges, unbelievable resto here. This one checks every box for me. And you know what? The Hemi and the 440 might get all the headlines, but the 383 is just plenty for me. Bulletproof, reliable, let's go. Wow, this is gonna be a stunner when it crosses the block, Scott.
Chris Jacobs, thank you very much. A stunner indeed. And we, left and right, we've got them today for you. On the way to the mat here is a 96 Ferrari F512M. And look at the bidding. The reserve is off just south of $500,000.
Steven, as a former Ferrari owner and former Ferrari employee, what goes through your head when you take a look at this Ferrari?
Well, I'm going to tell you that it was the Testarossa, which was the first Ferrari I worked on as an employee of Ferrari. This is the very later iterations of it, known as the 512M, but in reality, it's a facelift version of the Testarossa. Still has Testarossa engine in red covers and the name on there and everything else, but they did a great job with it as a facelift.
Yeah.
They would like, the factory Maranello would like it to be known as a 512M, but generally we still refer to them all as Testarossas.
Yeah, they put exposed headlights with the covers over it, and the M in the name of that car refers to the modification that they made to it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
We move along to this 1962 Shelby Cobra, and Bill, help us decode this CSX 8000 series Cobra.
Yeah, this is a continuation Cobra from the folks at Shelby American. The very first Cobra was built in 1962. It was a small block car with a 260 cubic inch V8, and the CSX 8000 series, the 50th anniversary car, commemorates that first version of the Cobra, number 11 of 50 that were built. This is a fiberglass body, and those continuation cars you could get in either fiberglass or aluminum as per the original cars. This has the 289 V8 in it with a 5-speed instead of the original 4-speed top loader the original cars would have had. But other than some of those improvements and enhancements they made to the continuation cars, you're looking at pretty much what an original 1962 Shelby Cobra might have looked like.
160,000. The car sells. Do you want 160, 150, 160? Did you want it? 160, 155. Now 160, 155, 160.
During that first generation of the Cobra, they made changes going from the 260 to the 289. They went from worm and sector steering to rack and pinion steering, greatly improving the steering and the response of the small block Cobras. In 1965, here came the 427.
165,000. 165. Anybody want it? 165,000 to the middle. Last call. 160 here. Do you want to get 165? Now
160.
170. 170. 170. You got him on the road. So you give
He's just asking for 170.
Give 170,000. 170, sir. Give 170,000 and knock him out. Give 170. 170 bid. 170. 170. 170. 175. 175. 170 big. Give 175.
All the chassis numbers of those original small block Cobras began with CSX2, and these continuation cars have the CSX designation in the 8000 series. Yeah, they have an 8 at the beginning there. CSX, this one 8960.
And it gavels for $170,000. Insane car here. I love this. 1932 Packard 905 twin 6 coupe roadster.
Yeah, this Packard is a reflection of what it really meant to have an opulent automobile in the early 30s as the Great Depression was crushing the economy in the United States. Packard, Peerless, Pierce Arrow, the 3 Ps were competing for the affluent marketplace, what was left of it, and you were still seeing cars like this. You're seeing Duesenbergs and Auburns and all kinds of very expensive automobiles playing to a very select audience. This one with a 445.5 cubic inch V12. I'm not kidding.
That's, I guess, where they get the twin 6 designation.
That is correct.
There you go.
So, and the coupe designation, it's funny, we're looking at an open car, but back in the day, if you had a convertible that had a formal convertible top that replicated a closed car, they would say it was a coupe or a coupe convertible. We've seen that as well on Packards and other makes. Synchromesh 3-speed manual transmission. That was an advancement as well. Many cars back in the 30s, they had non-synchromesh transmission, so Packard, they were ahead of the game. It came to that kind of a transmission setup.
It has ride control. I doubt that means it varies from track to touring to race to sport.
And it's not a high-end computer, not an active suspension or what have you. A very primitive use of the suspension system.
$550,000 is going to be the high bid on that Packard. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now present the Dave Frea collection. And it is astonishing in every way. And we begin, how appropriately, with the 2014 LaFerrari. Steve Matchett is right there.
It's exquisite. We know that it's absolutely beautiful in every way. It has the Ferrari prancing horse emblems on the front, on the flanks of the car, on the rear of the car, on the hubcaps. LaFerrari, the Ferrari. That's what Maranello wanted to produce in 2014 or 2012 when the design process was underway. Hybrid car, 900 plus horsepower combined with the engine, internal combustion engine, and the KERS hybrid system. And as I mentioned earlier on in a preview, guys, you notice there is no Pininfarina badging on this car. It's the first car, other than the 1970 GT4 Dino, that had no Pininfarina input. This was designed entirely at Maranello's home headquarters.
And look at the bidding bill, $3.2 million.
Just when you thought that the Ferrari Enzo was the most beautiful thing and how could it be improved upon style-wise, along comes the LaFerrari and just ups the bar once again.
This car was sold out before it was debuted.
No question.
That's just how people felt. That had the money to own one.
Not only sold out, Bill, right, but you had to be on the waiting list and you had to agree not to sell the car for a certain period of time.
And you had to be, if I remember correctly, you had to already be a Ferrari owner at some level, right?
Absolutely. You couldn't just knock on the door of Maranello and say, I promise to be a customer. You have to. That's the strength of being Ferrari, I guess.
No doubt.
Asking $3,700,000. $3,500,000. Do you want to get $3,700,000? $3,500,000.
Oh my, the reserve is off at $3.5 million.
Well,
not a bad way to start this collection.
Oh, not at all. And if you're a G-force junkie, let me just say 949 horsepower, 0 to 60 in just under 3 seconds. And a top speed of 217 miles an hour. Woot, woot.
I got 5.
There was a time when Ferrari said, we will never produce a hybrid car, an electric car, remember that? And then the F1 engineer said, you're missing something. They put the hybrid system together with that internal combustion engine, and there it is.
Yeah, they became believers.
Ooh, that was going to be an expensive drink, just like that. $3,500,000, $3,600,000. Did you want to get $3,600,000? Sold $3,500,000 on the internet. Now offering
fantastic $3.5 million for the first of the Dave Frea collection cars, the LaFerrari.
Scott, take a look at what the lights are doing to this Elva, because it is otherworldly. I'm hoping it translates to television, because
it's
live in person, it's unbelievable what the lights do to this finish.
There are no words for that.
The McLaren Elva. To me, I would always describe this guy as a true Barchetta car. It has no hard top, it has no removable soft top. This is it. It's a pure open top car and designed to be that way.
And Bill, I think you were explaining that there actually is a windscreen option for this car, but it really kind of just for aesthetics only. It doesn't come up very high to do anything.
You don't want to put any extra weight on this car either.
Well, no, it actually is functional. If the air management system isn't quite what you want, you can add that windscreen to the car, and it does serve a purpose.
$1 and $1 million.
It does, and that beautiful name Elva, celebrating McLaren, Bruce McLaren, way back in the day when he was producing his early Formula One cars, didn't have the production facility and farmed the work out to Elva.
And Elva, of course, was a manufacturer for race machines as well.
Yes. Yes.
$1 million, $1 million bid, give $1 million, $1 million here. Did you want to bid $1 million?
I love everything about this car, but Chris, and you were mentioning the colour. It seems such an un-McLaren colour to me, right?
It's really almost impossible to describe what color it is. I mean, is it gold? Is it purple? Is it green? They're all represented there.
By the way, did you see what the name of that paint is? The iridescent Pacific color stream is what they call that. I can remember some Mustangs, some Fox body Mustangs that had kind of like the same color changing treatment on them.
It was called Mystic.
Yes.
Mystic, maybe just that.
But that is correct.
Same idea.
Yeah.
I mean, stream is a great word because it does have that quality of water, the way that the color flows as the light hits it.
You know, right here on your screen, you see purple, you see blue, but from our angle, there's bronze and brown even. It's just ridiculously, insanely cool.
Well,
I don't know what color it is, but it went that way.
Yeah. Wow.
Indeed.
That is a one-of-oneer.
Okay, 1 million, and the bid goes on the Elva. So now to the 2015 Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, that supposedly one of the last of these brought to the United States, Bill.
Yep. How about a top speed of 254 miles an hour? As Danielle pointed out, thanks to that 1,200 horsepower, 8-liter W16 engine. All-wheel drive. So this will just hook right up. So many extras in this automobile in terms of technology, not only performance, but handling, braking, and creature comforts. Look at the plushness of that interior.
You mentioned that W16, 4 turbochargers on this.
Quad turbo.
Unbelievable.
I remember the introduction of the Veyron years ago when it was touted as 1,000 horsepower. In fact, it had a horsepower dial inside the car to give you exactly how much horsepower you were getting. And now this one up to 1,200 horsepower. Just absolutely incredible performance.
Yeah, the man behind the Bugatti name, Ettore Bugatti, he was an Italian man, built his cars in France, believe it or not, and has had just a whole string of amazing high-performance automobiles. And of course, we want to go back to the great Bugatti cars that competed at Le Mans back in the day.
There we go. Reserve is off. Lower left of your screen, by the way. The guy in the middle is Dave Frea with Daniel Hatchett on the right. Daniel, one of our Mecum consignment agents. He's with him. The reserve is off at $2.3 million.
We are out. We did two.
And I mentioned this the other day that Dave, along with his sons Jordan and Jason, and Dave's wife Brenda, are the purveyors of the Triple F collection. And if you've not followed them on social media, particularly Instagram, you need to do that. It's a great follow. They love to get out and drive these cars.
I got you. Come on, guys.
And you were mentioning the pre-war Bugattis there, Bill, and the reason that the car now has that distinctive grille on the front of the Veyron is an homage to the grille that was on those pre-war race cars.
Type 35.
Yes, exactly that.
Yep.
You want to try $2 million?
That's cool. I like those little touches.
Yeah, me too.
And of course, the name Veyron, one of the drivers for Bugatti.
Well, that and then Chiron, the car that came after that.
I was looking around the aero treatments on the car, and I see there's nothing over the engine bay. The engine's just sat there, that W16, and I thought maybe there's just so much heat build up. You can't. You've got to leave it uncovered.
The heat's coming from the driver, maybe.
Well, there you go. Case in point, a good look at what we were just describing. And the Bugatti has just sold for $2.4 million. Where do you go from here? Well, a 2023 McLaren Solus GT will be the short answer to that question. Part of McLaren's Ultimate Series, and a car, it's a single seat car that McLaren built and designed just to give somebody the feeling of an F1 car on the track, guys.
And Chris, you said it earlier on when we were looking at Ferrari's examples. Just when you think you can't build anything more exciting, more beautiful, look what McLaren go and do down in their facility. Solus, I believe, ancient Greek for solo. You're on your own. You're in the car on your own.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
858 horsepower out of 5-liter V10. Naturally aspirated. No supercharger, no turbocharger. Nope. That's all cylinder created horsepower in there. 0 to 60 in about 2.5 seconds.
The most amazing feature on this car is the way that the cockpit opens. Much like a fighter jet. It's on a hydraulic system that moves forward and allows the driver to get in and out of the car. It's otherworldly, the design of this car.
I would be afraid to hit the eject button because I'd go through the roof.
Well, you got to believe that a lot of that Formula One technology has trickled down from the F1 team at McLaren into this automobile. And talk about air management, Steve. How long did it take to refine the exterior of this car?
Well, I can't but feel that when the aerodynamicists at McLaren, the Formula One aerodynamicists, are looking at this, they're saying, well, if we didn't have the restrictions of the FIA technical regulations on us, that's what we'd like to do with our F1 car.
Yeah, totally unlimited.
And I hope you guys can see just behind that cockpit, Dave Frea with an American flag. As so many of the cars do, the driver is identified right there behind the cockpit. That is a super cool touch. So 2.5 million will be the high bid on the McLaren Solus. And a 2013 MP4 12C right behind it.
Yeah, we're going to have McLaren ancient history now, going back to 2013.
Yeah.
The MP4, a very, very familiar model line for the McLaren, and rightly so. Twin turbo, 3.8-liter V8, 616 horsepower. This will get you to 60 at 3.5 seconds. 7-speed dual clutch with paddle shifters, dihedral doors, and a little background. After Dave Frea sold the car, his family located it again and bought it back and gave it to him as a Christmas present. Thanks, family.
Nice.
Hey, this looks a little familiar. But I like it.
Oh, definitely.
The MP4 designation, of course, Bill, going back to the Formula One team, McLaren Project 4, when Ron Dennis took over control of the Formula One team, and in homage of that, and the Formula One team wanted to give reference to that with the MP4 road car.
120, 115 is bid. Give 120, 120.
115 is the bid.
Yeah, this is not going to be hypersonic money here if we sell this.
Oh, no.
Give 120, 120,000. Did you want to bid? 115 here. Give 120, 120, 115.
This is just the cruising around town piece in the Frea collection.
This is what you drive when you don't want to take your Solus out. I'll leave the Solus home.
Right.
Yeah, you would take this one through the thunderstorms that we had here in Indy last night.
Don't take it through the scrubby-dubby car wash, though. Hand wash that car.
What if I asked him if we put 120,000? I'd ask him. Would you do 120 in the pocket? Would you do 120 in his pocket? 120 in your pocket?
Yeah. All right. Daniel and Dave scratching out a little deal there. Dana Mecum's okay with it. Reserves off at 120, and we'll see what happens next.
Anybody else? 120,000 bid. Give 125. Give 125,000. Anybody want hand? Anyone give 125,000? Anywhere? 122.5.
Now 125, internet, you're out. 122.5, you did own it the longest. Give 125, 122.5 big, give 125,000. 122.5 here, give 125, 122.5, give 125, 122.5. Do you want 125,000? 122.5 here. Did you want to give 125,000? 122.5 bid, give 125, give 125, give 125, 122.5 here. Anybody else? 122.5. Did you want to give 125? Sold $122,500. Kirk Telzel.
Now sold the MP412C, 122.5. Well, Chris, you previewed the next car, and we've talked about it. This is the 2020 McLaren Speedtail XP3, but not just that. And we've seen Speedtails before, a number of them. This is the most expensive McLaren Speedtail build in history.
And we would expect to see this perhaps become the top seller here in this string of McLarens. Yeah, the Speedtail, every single piece of high-tech technology that you could incorporate in a hypercar you are looking at. One of 3 produced with the 1K titanium-infused tinted carbon fiber weave. That's a $560,000 option. We're only beginning there. And the list of other driving enhancements and performance add-ons is just endless. 4-liter twin-turbo V8, 1,035 horsepower with a parallel hybrid system, like a lot of the hypercars going to these days. 7-speed Graziano dual-clutch transmission. Carbon ceramic disc brakes. Look at the front wheels there, the turbulence cheating front wheel treatment. Like I say, just about anything that someone can dream up at McLaren in terms of making this car the ultimate in performance and technology, Stephen, I think they did it.
No question about that. I also like the central seating position for the driver, and then McLaren saying, but you know, maybe we can get a couple of passengers in there.
That's paying homage to the F1.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
That was that tri-seat supercar.
Okay, that was a live audience bid on that. Someone bid at the same time you did, but you're in the lead.
Did you want to give $2 million? $1 million. $850 is the bid. Give $2 million. $2 million. $2 million bid. Did you want to give $2 million? $1,850,000.
That's a pretty car.
$1,000,009 is bid. Now $2 million. $2 million. $2 million. $1,000,009. Now $2 million bid. Give $2 million. $2 million. $1,000,009 is here. Now $2 million here. $2 million bid.
The way they're working it over there, I bet $2 million will buy it. I bet 2 buys it.
$2 million. $1,000,009.
Hit it one time.
Give $2 million. $1,000,009. $2 million bid. Did you want to? Did you want to give $2 million? $2 million. $2 million. $1,000,009.
1,950.
1,950,000 is now bid. Do you want to give $2 million? $2 million. Everybody's
1.95.
It's in the audience. That's a new player. Just let you know where we're at. Now we're still asking $2 million, but
1,950,000 is the bid. Do you want $2 million, guys? $2 million.
You want to try it at $2 million?
$2 million. $1,950,000 here. Give $2 million. $2 million on the bid. Did you want to give a $2 million bid? $2 million bid. Did you want to?
Okay, well I'm hanging on. I'm hanging on. I still got. They're still looking at me like they're like I'm you on TV here. So.
$2 million, $2 million, $1, $2 million here, $2 million, $1, $2 million there, $2 million.
Along with that center seat, the controls, many of them are above the driver's perspective, kind of where the headliner is in the visor area.
Live money in the audience is
very much like an aircraft.
Yeah, I'm just.
By the way, if you do have the means to pick up a Speedtail, don't plan on it being your daily driver. Your mileage is limited. You can only import it on a show and display license because it does not have side airbags or side mirrors. Those are actually cameras which act as the side mirrors. They pop out of the doors. So, but I think if you can afford one of these, you're not too worried about it being your only means of transportation.
That helps you make that decision. No one's going to say no to a little less, but get them sold, right? So
over 2 now.
$2 million, $2 million, $100,000, $2 million, $2 million, $100,000.
Yeah, and you're thinking, the side view cameras, how do you see those? Well, they have flat panels inside the cockpit with that image, the rear-facing image for you. All about aerodynamics.
$2 million. $2,000,001. Give $2,000,002.
You can see right there, that is the side camera that's popped out. Thanks, Wilfredo, for that shot.
Yep. $2,200,000. $2,200,000. $2,000,001. Give $2,000,002. Did you want to do 200?
This is an XP3 Speedtail, which means that this car was actually an experimental car used to test some of the features on the car, like that 1K finish that Bill mentions, a $560,000 option.
$2,200,000.
Yeah, there's $1 million in options in the car overall.
You know what I mean? It's part of what we do. Because everything else is exciting.
Thanks, guys.
Close bid for now at $2,100,000.
Okay, for now, Alex McLaughlin closes the bid at $2.1 million. Okay, we've seen the Solus, we've seen the Elva, we've seen the Speedtail. Now to the 2020 Sabre, and another very exclusive car, one of only 14 of these Ultimate Series Sabres built.
You have 14, I have 15.
Sorry, one of 15, my bad.
Okay, we lost one for a minute there.
14 other in addition to this one.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, we're getting the whole McLaren catalog here today at Mecum.
Right.
2,464 miles on this one, so there's plenty of speed left in it. Twin turbo, 4-liter, 824 horsepower. They estimate the top speed at close to 220 miles an hour. This is the only Sabre produced with the GT comfort seats.
And Scott, a little earlier, you were mentioning the very small production run of the car, and on the flanks of the car down the front is a little decal with Sabre number 7 on the side of the car.
Yes. 7 out of 15.
You know exactly which car it is. Yeah. But again, this is just a wonderful exercise in McLaren being McLaren, and the brilliant aerodynamic touches everywhere. Their attention to detail, particularly down here. We were looking earlier on at just how perfect the lineup is on the carbon fiber joints here. Book matching, we would call that in the carpentry business, where you try and lay the grain of two pieces of wood opposite each other for a wonderful piece of furniture. McLaren wanted to do this and follow it all the way up through the lines, all the way up to the top. I'm sure just to show the world that they can do it. We're going to do it because we can do it. That's why they did it.
Yeah, the exterior skin. Take a look at this now. Two-tone blue, Modica blue, Paris blue, and carbon fiber all mixed together.
Yeah. The Paris blue trimming here, and you can see on the main color blue, you can see the carbon underneath. It's a translucent treatment, and the carbon weave comes through the blue.
Odometer reads 29,600 miles.
So 2.5 million, that's where you'll need to be or above to buy that McLaren Sabre. And we will roll on with a 2018 Bentley Bentayga, the Bentley entry into the SUV market, huh?
So cool. Oh, my. You know, I love the Bentleys, and when they announced they were going to make an SUV, I was hoping they would not compromise that exterior style that we love so much on the later generation Bentleys that we get through here any number of times, coupes and convertibles, and they succeeded. Twin turbo 6-liter W12 engine with 600 horsepower, but you know, after seeing all of these hypercar McLarens, that styling almost, you know, looks like a 55 Chevy in comparison. But, you know, once the McLarens are gone and we restore our sense of style, you know, we'll appreciate this Bentayga again.
Almost, but not quite.
Not quite. Yeah, pretty pricey when they were new. This one now is 7 years old, so someone could hop into this for a very reasonable price, bidding right now $65,000.
I think Dave Frea likes his blue cars. I need to get to know him a little bit better. The Speedtail and the Solus and the Sabre, now this, the other McLaren.
You're gonna have to tell him about Scott Hoke blue. You know, he may want a car. Although this one is kind of close, isn't it?
Oh, it's very.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All-wheel drive, selectable drive modes. Oh, all the good stuff. 8-inch infotainment system with a 700-watt audio system with 10 speakers. That's a rolling living room.
80,000 into the bid. Anybody else? 77.5. 80,000 in the bid. Anybody? 80,000 in the bid. Anybody? You want to give 80? Now 80. Now 80. Last call. 77.5. Did you want to give 80,000 in the bid? $77,500 bid goes on. Here is Clint Hunter.
Okay, 77.5 will be the high bid on that Bentley Bentayga. We will take a timeout here and return with more from Mecum Indy and Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic in a moment. We are back at Indy at the State Fairgrounds here, and the Dodge Thrill Ride is, yes indeed, prompting thumbs up all over the place. Dodge is the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions, and that thrill ride is always a slam dunk, Bill.
I've taken it, and I highly recommend it. That's all I'll say.
We need to start driving and, you know, give fans the real thrill, right?
Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I'm just trying to think of the lawsuits that would be filed.
1965 Chevelle Super Sport.
Yep, second year for the Chevelle. This is going to sound like a very familiar recipe. 350 crate motor, aluminum aftermarket heads, Edelbrock intake with a Holley carburetor, headers, dual exhaust, and MSD ignition with an automatic. That is something that we've become very familiar with, and yet everybody has their own way of putting together the finished product. Look at the black paint on this with a black interior and the color-matched spokes on those aftermarket wheels. Tastefully done.
Very nice. A 66 Chevelle Super Sport, now right behind it.
Real Super Sport, a 138 car, and it's got that L78, 375 horsepower, 396. There it is. It's got that Winters aluminum intake manifold, big Holley carburetor, chrome valve covers. Let's walk around to the side here. We'll see the interior. There it is, the black interior that matches the black exterior, and that 4-speed shifter connected to that Muncie transmission. This has that knee knocker tachometer. Very interesting. In 1966, the factory mounted a tachometer under the dashboard right near the driver's right leg. And yeah, knee knocker, because if you weren't paying attention, your leg would bang into the tachometer. So in 67, they put it on the other side of the dashboard. Hence the end of the knee knocker tachometer.
Oh, okay.
But you know what they had to do? When they mounted it on the left side, they covered up the indicator for the directional. So they had to put that indicator in the face of the tachometer. So when you put it on the left directional, you'd see the little green blinker in there in the face of the tach.
Now 70
to buy.
I know, it's still cheap.
70,000.
70.
70.
70.
Now 5. With the bag of the get on 75. With the bag of the get on 75.
70 grand, no reserve.
Last call. 70 bid. You're going to get 75.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Sold.
We got it. Congratulations. We got it.
And that will take care of the deal. 70 grand for the 66 Chevelle Super Sport. Okie doke. Bill Stevens, 1967 Corvette Custom, no reserve. Let's go.
Yeah, Scott Hoke, another custom mid-year Corvette. This is a custom build too, as you can see. It has the correct big block hood on there, but that's not the big block it might come with. That is a built-up LS in there with a cold air intake. This has an automatic transmission, and the suspension has been upgraded, dropped down a little bit, lowered. Wilwood four-wheel disc brakes with vented rotors. That's a leather interior. Boy, you don't have to tell. I don't have to tell you that that's leather. It looks nice. Love soft in there. extra gauges, aftermarket wheels, and that black paint. Polished and waxed to a high luster.
And now 170. Stay right in there. 75. I got you. 175.
Probably not going to make that $200,000 plateau that we saw yesterday quite frequently.
170?
But this won't be inexpensive either. 167.5 right now.
So 167.5. Jordan.
Now offering S163 and 1960.
167.5, right in the front row. Jordan Hunter helping negotiate that sale. Thank you, Jordy. And we've already had plenty of Z28s. And back a little while ago, a couple hours ago, we promised you more Copo Camaros. And here we go, Bill.
Well, you know, if I were to go out and buy a Copo Camaro, a 69 Copo, it would either be in this Hugger orange or I'd get myself a black one. But the orange, oh, this doesn't have to make any excuses. You just saw that L72 427 rated by the folks at Chevy at 425 horsepower. This is a real 9561 Copo. That's the question that Copo aficionados will ask you. Is it a 9561? It is. If it were a 9560, it would be a ZL1 with the all-aluminum 427. Rotisserie restoration completed a while back. Still looks fresh. 4-speed transmission and a positive traction 410 rear end. It's got plenty of documentation to substantiate its history, and it is at $105,000 right now with no reserve. Do you have a favorite color for a Copo? Ever think about that? Scott Hoke blue?
Well, that, yes.
Yeah.
Don't even need to discuss that, but I'm going to go with like a Fathom Green.
Fathom Green is popular.
One of those.
Yeah, I just love the orange cars because they just shout, here I am, you know, I'm a Copo, look at me.
Sure.
And then just the opposite is the black car. It's kind of like off the radar screen.
Rally Green is another one.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. We see Z28s with that color.
True.
You are not in. You have to be 117.5 to play. 115, 117.5. Here we go now. Now 20. $120,000. $120,000. $120,000. 120.
Shot at
120. 120. Now 122.5 internet. Now 122.5.
Do you realize with the Copo Camaros that we've had here, neither one of us has explained COPO yet. And you know, probably because we assume that we've said it so many times, people know.
Right. Central office production order.
Yeah.
And basically it was a kind of a back doorway to get something that was off the menu.
Yep. You can thank Don Yenko for popularizing that Copo program with the Camaro.
125 bid. 127.5. Out of the band, the bag of the baby, down 127,500. Down, find a bit, find the band, the bag of the baby, down 127.5. Now 130. 130,000. 130.
Sure.
130.
And it didn't necessarily mean 9561, the engine swap. It could be something as simple as a color change.
And it was for fleet sales too, you know, taxi cabs and utility vehicles, whatever.
All of the above.
Thank you, Danny.
All right, very good. 127.5 for that Copo from 1969.
Frank's going to give me it all.
No.
Huh?
No.
Does the camera lie? Sold!
I'm charging your grand.
And let me 93.
I'm netting you 92.
93.
Stop it.
92 and a half.
I'm going to go enjoy it. Yeah.
Good for you.
A 280 is a lot more to enjoy than a car.
No, I get to win this time. You got to win last time.
No, you won last time. 195.
You gave me a grand. Give me 260 and I'll go try to get them done. I'll do 240.
260 bid. You're going to get 265.
Wait! All right.
So, $260,000 Frank's way.
Oh, lots of good stuff happening on the block today, and I must say that consignor, it was the first time I've ever seen a consignor look at the camera and say, does the camera lie? Sold!
Everybody's a producer.
He sold his own car.
He did.
Nice. Oh, we welcome you back to Indianapolis. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth. Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Steve Matchett out and about exploring and giving us sneak peeks on what we have coming up. Oh, have we mentioned that we have some Copo Camaros here today, Bill? Here's another one from 1969. Oh, I'm sorry, Chevelle.
Notice how I paused?
Oh my gosh, that Copo license plate just put my brain in a tizzy.
I knew you would self-correct. Yeah, here we go. A very rare 1969 Copo Chevelle, one of only 3 painted black known to exist, and only one built at the Fremont, California plant. There's some speciality. Spinner Concourse Award at the 2007 Chevy Vet Fest, and of course, the big story is the engine, the 427, 4¼ horse L72, and it has an automatic transmission. The original automatic is still sitting in this car, and so is the rear end. Red line tires on those Super Sport wheels. Fabulous finish work on that paint job.
We are so used to Copos being Camaros.
Yeah.
But just like as we talked about earlier, the Copo designation could be anything. You could take it and put it on a different car.
Yep. We get used to Yenko Camaros. There were Yenko Chevelles.
Exactly.
115.
112.5 here.
15 up there. 115. 112.5. 15. 17.5. 115. 117.5.
Has a rosewood steering wheel, too. All don't have those, but that's a neat little option.
Now 20. 120. 120, thank you. 117.5, get it 120, down 20 bid, 25 of the back,
and if you're wondering what the Copo designation is in the Chevelle, it's that 427. That was not a regular production order in the 1969 Chevelle, the 396. That was the biggest engine you could get, so that explains that.
So 117.5 buys that Chevelle Copo with the black Copo Camaro right behind it. It's Copo o'clock.
Yes, it is, and I love that. I mean, we have certain time periods where we have pickups and Mustangs, but Copo's kind of a different kind of a situation here.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, black Copo, huh? We've been through all the specs here. This is a real 9561 Copo car. 427, 425 horse. All correct. Original M21, 4-speed, 410 posi. Even has the Copo connection paperwork if you need any further proof.
Sells at no reserve at 125 out of the bag to be able to get 120s on the internet. 125 I get 130 out of the bag to be able to get 130.
See, now I'm thinking I want a black one.
I get 130 I get 130
I'm so fickle, I know, but this is such an austere car when you know the performance potential, but the outside of it isn't screaming at you. I find a coolness in that.
You know, we discussed color a little while ago, and those light yellow, like a sunfire yellow or something, Copo would be another the car that you would not expect
kind
to
of
have the Copo
understated.
treatment.
Yeah,
very much so.
Agreed.
135 out of the bag to be able to get 135. Now 40 out of the bag to be able to get 135. 40 out of the bag.
No reserve on this one. Get it, 135.
Hit 135, gonna get 140.
Sell it.
Sold 135,000.
By the way, as this one sells for 135, we should mention that these are all from the Dennis and Deborah Payne collection. And they brought some very nice Chevrolet products to the Spring Classic this year. And here is kind of a just basic 69 Camaro, Bill.
Yeah, you know, this is just that little base model that, oh, I'm sorry, no, it's not. This is a Nicky ZL1 continuation, serial number 001 with that unbelievably rare and unbelievably powerful 427 with aluminum block and heads matched up with a M22 close ratio Muncie 4-speed. 12-bolt positive traction, 410 gears, and this car was given its final blessing by who else but Nicky Chevrolet out of Chicago, Illinois. As special as they can get. Even see the Nicky badges on the front fenders.
Yep, that distinctive backwards K,
yeah,
part of their logo.
Right,
Selling a
well
no reserve up in the grandstand. Jenny Gell helping out that gentleman who just bought the 69 Camaro. And you've heard us throw the name Don Yenko around as well. Here is one that's got an interesting combination going, Bill.
Well, it's one of only 201 Yenko Camaros built in 1969. That would be the highest production total for the Yenko Camaro back in 1969. Considered to be one of the very best. It's in Hugger orange, matching numbers, L72, 4.25 horse 427 with an M21, 4-speed, previously dubbed the #1 baddest bow tie by Muscle Car Review magazine back in June of 1992. And people are taking notice. Look at the bidding.
Here's the deal, though. This is an unrestored car with mostly original paint and interior, just some touch-ups here and there.
With 19,000 plus miles on it. All the paperwork. DMV copy of the manufacturer's certificate of origin, or the MSO as it's called. Numerous national level events have invited this car to participate.
Including McCacken, the York US 30 Muscle Car Madness.
Oh, yeah.
Holy cats, we're closing in on $500,000.
They had a special reunion at York US 30. One of the all-time great legendary drag strips, the Supercar reunion at Super Chevy. My, oh my.
$500,000. This is going to sell. It is firmly in our top 5 today.
I wouldn't be surprised to think that people came specifically to the auction today to take a run at owning this Copo. Yenko, which actually is kind of a Copo.
It's both.
Yeah.
You gotta get 510. 510.
$520,000 to buy at 510, 520, 510, 520. Yes or yes, Gus? 510, 520,000.
Come on.
510 bid. Asking 520. You're to get 520,000. 520. 520. 520. Here we go.
This is actually a double Copo.
I'm getting a good feeling. I'm getting a
The
good feeling.
engine
Come
and
on
that
now.
9737 sports car conversion package as well.
Yeah, you could say that.
Now 520.
I think I just did.
Now 520.
Oh, yeah.
Now 520.
You gotta get
Now 520.
I think that'll be yours.
Now 20.
I ain't gonna do that.
520,000. 520,000.
You do 520.
520,000. 17,520. Out of the bag, get on 20. Get on
No,
now
not
20.
I mean, that guy's all in too.
520,000.
Just same as you.
520,000. You bet. 520. 520,000.
Coach you there.
520.
Yeah!
Now 525. Now 525. Now
It's Travis
525.
Delzell, by the way.
Out of the bag, get on 525. Out of the bag, get on 525,000. 520 bid. 525. Out of the bag, get on 525,000. Now 500. This is the last call, guys.
Phone bidder going to come back.
520. 525.
525. Go!
530. 530. 530. 530.
530, boys.
530. You came to buy it. Just we'll take it home. 530.
Came
25
for
bid
it.
30. Have the bang, to get on 5. 25, get 530.
Yeah!
540.
I wondered about that.
30, 40. Have the bang, to get on 30, 40.
If they came here for this car.
They don't want to go home without it.
Nope.
Bring her home. Bring her home.
540. Last call. I have 550. I get to get on 550. Out of the bag,
That's
to
a
get on 40,
beautiful
50.
number.
Out of the bag, to get on 40,
That's a
to get 50.
beautiful number,
Out of the bag, to get on 50. 540, 550, 540, 550. I get to get it. I wanted you to get it now. Give 550. I get to get on 40 to bid. You're going to get 50 to bid, and I have 575. 550, 575. Out of the bag, to get on 575. Out of the bum 550. Out of the bum 575. Out of the bag, to get on 550, 575. Hit 550, $575,000. Yes or no? We gotta go. Last call.
Last call. We're selling it. We're selling it. You want in?
I have.
Come on.
570, 580.
570.
Oh, hey, I got a better idea, Travis. Give 600,000.
That would be beautiful.
Give 600,000.
The crowd now is very into it, huh?
How could you not be?
Sure.
These bidder battles are so riveting.
580. How about the bag to be get on 570? You're going to get 580.
580. Yep.
580. 580.
Yeah!
Now 600. Now 600. Now 600. Out of the bag to get on 600,000. Hit 580 bid 6. I get to get on 600,000 down now 6. At 580 bid 600,000 down to the bind there and I have out of the bound 600. Hit 600,000 down to the bound 600. Last call. I have once.
I think this is the fourth time they said last call.
Twice.
600.
Oh my word! Are you kidding me?
625. 600 bid, 625. Out of the bag to get on 625. Out of the bag to get on 600 bid, 625 pound down with the bind there and I have at 600 bid, 625. Out of the bag to get on 600 bid.
Having deja vu after that Super Duty
625,000.
No question.
Hey,
Last call, sir.
I'm thinking Ali Frazier back in the day.
Back and forth.
625. 625. 625. Once.
Yep. Come on.
625,000 twice.
I got 610.
610, 625. I get to get on 625. I have the bag to get on 625. I have the bag to get on 625. I have the bag to get on 610, 625. 610, 625,000. I have the bag to get on 625. What? 625 twice. 650. I get to get on 2550. I get to get on 650. I get to
What's the expression? Get out the popcorn?
Yes.
650. Down 50 to bid, 50 to buy. How about the bag to get on? Been a great underbidder. We appreciate it, sir. At 625, 650,000.
Oh, they want it. The crowd wants it. Listen to this.
650.
Hey, give 700. Give 700.
That would be
Give 700. Give 700.
625.
Get everybody in here wants you to own that car. Everybody in here. 700,000. 700,000. 700,000. We can give 650. Does everybody want him to own it at 650? What about you guys over there? 650? You think you ought to do it? 650. Here we go. 625. 650. I have. Out of the bag to get on 650.
What do you think? What do you think? $640.
650.
640.
Now 700. Now 700.
650. Come on.
Now 700. 640. Give 50. Out of the bag to get on 40. 50. Out of the bag to get on 650. 640. 650. 640. 650. Last
He
call.
slows it down to 5. He's coming back.
650 once.
650.
650 twice.
650, it's twice.
Here's your third and final call.
650.
Oh, man. Bill,
650,
tell me this is
700.
not happening.
650, 700.
This will be unforgettable. We'll be talking about this for
650,
forever.
And we may be in world record territory for a non-ZL1 Camaro.
650, 660, 650, 660. I think for what you did do, give them both a big round of applause. 650, 660.
Great players.
660. 650, 660.
You guys have changed your mind before, so you know I'm here for you if you need it.
650, 660, and I have.
You want 660? 660.
Sold!
Wow.
650,000. Gus on the telephone. Thank you very much. Here's
That's
Jimmy.
incredible, man.
I don't know how you would describe that to somebody. You had to be here to witness that firsthand.
My goodness, $650,000. An incredible Mecum moment.
Welcome back to Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Halfway down on our final day here in Indy. 3 hours down, another 3 hours to go here live on ESPN Plus. And crossing the block very soon, another beautiful Ferrari. This one, a 2019 Ferrari 812 Superfast, sits at the peak of Ferrari power. 785 horsepower V12 engine, tops at 211 miles per hour. It is carbon fibered out. You see the seats inside, carbon fiber steering wheel, paddle shifters, front splitter, rear bumper. But how did it get its name? Well, for Ferrari's 70th birthday, they resurrected the Superfast name. They felt it was apropos at 812, equaling the LaFerrari power with its lofty V12 output. Seems pretty fitting to me to bring the Superfast name back. Scott Hoke, it's coming your way soon.
Well, we have seen a couple of those 812s here in various iterations, and I can't wait for that one.
Yeah, by the way, the Superfast was born in the 60s, and it was for the American market because Ferrari said, oh, if we name it a Superfast, the Americans are going to eat it right up, and boy, did we ever.
Here is that sinister 70 Nova Super Sport that we've already seen here today with a 396 under the hood. Bill, at 95,000 and no reserve.
Yeah, unless you went to like Motion Performance or one of the aftermarket high-performance Chevy shops. This was the most you could get from Chevy in a Nova in 1970. The 375 horse L78 396. This one, matching numbers, both engine and transmission. I think I just heard a gavel, Scott.
You did, in fact, at $115,000. Yeah, Chris and our buddy KJ Jones previewed this car for us yesterday, and it gavelled for $115 here today. All right, next up on the block. Let me know if you've seen one of these before. My guess is you haven't. They're exceptionally rare. Only 252 ever built of this 1959 BMW 507.
We've had a couple of these, but certainly not a whole lot more than that. Yeah, this has a 3.1 liter 6-cylinder engine with 150 horsepower. Also, this is the car that inspired the Z8 more recently. And boy, are these considered to be absolutely foundational in the history of the two-seat BMW. Engine, suspension, brakes, all been rebuilt not long ago. 4-speed manual transmission. Comes with a 3-piece luggage set as well that was factory issued. That's an aluminum body, by the way, too. This was a fairly lightweight car back in the day.
And very expensive as well. These cost $5 grand plus brand new and almost put BMW off the map.
Exactly. Expensive to build, and with that aluminum body, very labor intensive. And if you're not able to recoup what you spent to build the car when you sell it, you're not going to be around very long.
So the high bid on that BMW at $1.6 million. Rolling into place now is a 1964 Corvette Custom. Modern power here, Bill.
Well, this was built by the Warman boys down in Kaiser, Missouri. It's known as Z06. Not 6. Z06. Yeah, power is right. LS6 with a Tremec 5-speed manual.
Did you suggest the nickname? It
sounds like
something.
You. Yeah, you know what? I wish I could take care of this for that. Oh, my. Oh, some pricey pieces in this. Carbon composite front and rear springs. They've added power rack and pinion steering. Z06 4-wheel disc brakes, hence the Z06. Well, of course, it's got the LS6 in there, too. 1-off 18-inch shot wheels. That's the only car in America wearing those wheels right now. Kind of a variation on several other kinds of alloy wheels that are out there, but again, those are exclusive.
155. 155. 155.
LS6 is backed up by a Tremec 5-speed, by the way. C5 Corvette custom suspension.
$160,000.
So a whole kind of painter's palette of custom components went into this build.
165, and the reserve is off. 165,000.
Hey, the reserve comes off, says Jimmy Landis, at 160.
67 big block Stinger hood, of course. Everybody knows those by now.
So $160,000, Jared Collier.
Up next, coming down the lane, lot S177.
All right, nicely done, fellas. Bringing that Corvette home for 160. Interesting car next, Bill, from the guys at CarCraft. This is a 1967 GT40 Mark IV, a continuation car. Explain for us.
Well, there are many different companies that build GT40 replicas, but this one is a little bit more, let's say, legitimate. 7 continuation cars, meaning that they have taken an original car and they've pretty much done whatever they can to try to replicate that car to the 9s. Original Holman Moody, the people that were so involved in that GT40 program back in the 60s, were some of the people who made this work. These builds, by the way, were started by CarCraft. Ever hear of that before? Those are the folks that helped make that 429 work, putting the engine in the Mustang. And this example was finished by Kurt Vogt, my buddy at Cobra Automotive in Connecticut. This was taken to Sebring in December of 2023 for testing, a continuation car that they wanted to test to see if it could perform the same way that the original car did. Remember, this is the car that certainly vibes the 1967 Le Mans winning car that was driven by Dan Gurney and A.J. Foyt.
Sure does.
427 tunnel port V8 in it. Oh, man. Ridiculously expensive engine with aluminum heads. They've dynoed it at 600 horsepower. It's eligible for historic races, including that Le Mans Classic. NBT, next best thing to the real thing.
650, 675, 650, $675,000 for it. $675,000 for it. 650, 675. Close the bid at $650,000. I have a reserve of $825,000.
Okay, so a little bit of work to do left on that GT40 Mark IV continuation car. Boy, they did not miss a beat on that one, did they?
Put that next door to the real thing, and you couldn't tell the difference.
Next for us is a 1958 Corvette that we're starting off at 80 and going to get to 6 figures before you know it.
Oh, so original. 327 with dual 4-barrel carburetors, which was the next step down from the Fuelie. So original, except for that Tremec 5-speed manual transmission that you see poking up through the floor right there. This car sat in storage for a long time, Scott, from 1967 to 2015.
Right.
So this had to get a total refurbishment when they finally got the blue tarp of indifference off of it. 15-inch wheels, bigger than what they would have come with originally, but they look original.
Close a bid at 120.
Great fit. They get to 120. The bid's going on. All right. Here is maybe one of the ultimate head scratchers today. This is a 1957 El Morocco, and you're thinking, huh?
Yeah.
A Canadian businessman, loved Cadillacs,
right?
But he wanted something that was a little bit more affordable. So this is kind of a Cadillac and a 57 Bel Air mashup.
Yeah, Reuben Allender made a lot of money in the textile business, and he loved Cadillacs, but he felt that they were too expensive. People should be able to enjoy driving a Cadillac, maybe with not having to spend so much. So what he did, he took 1956 and 57 Chevrolets, and the first ones were modified with fiberglass, and then he had a hard time finding technicians that could work with fiberglass. So from 1956 to 1957, they went from fiberglass to sheet metal changes. You saw the fins there on this one, the 57 Chevy. Don't have to talk much about the drivetrain. It's just a stock Chevrolet 283, the power pack with a 4-barrel and dual exhausts. And unfortunately, he could only build a couple of dozen, maybe at best, because these wound up being a little bit too expensive. They were within $1,000 of a Cadillac.
Right.
So that was the death knell for the El Morocco, but we have seen these. Look at the bidding on this. We have seen these in this condition sell for way into 6-figure territory.
This is one of only 10 from 1957 that are known to exist, and you're right, less than, in that 20 ballpark overall between 56 and 7.
Yeah, hard to actually authenticate how many of these were completely finished. Some of them were partially finished. And the location of all of them is pretty unknown at this time. But this is one of the best ones that we have seen.
Offering lot S180.
Oh, yes, indeed. 200 grand.
Special roadster.
Buys that El Morocco.
One of 23 examples built between 1956 and 1963.
Okay, so let's move on to this 1963 A.J. Watson Coral Harbor Special Roadster. This is a car that has history right down the street from where we are right now.
Yeah, this is a real car, Scott. This is not a replica or a tribute. This is a car that actually competed. It's got that Offie in it, the 255 cubic inch 4-cylinder with that 2-speed race transmission with a low and a direct drive. So many of the greatest drivers in Indy history drove cars similar to this. We see Jim Rathman's name on the side of this car.
Right. He won the Indy 500 in 1960 and drove this car in 1963 at the 500.
And didn't at one point he drove the pace car, I think, at one of the 500s?
Yes, he did. Yes, a little bit later on. Maybe more than one. I'll double check, but yes, that is true.
Never wrecked, cut, or modified, which is amazing for a car that ran at the Indy 500. Front-engine Offies. Oh, what a story these cars could tell.
245, 250.
Done some vintage racing with this car.
250, 260.
Competed at the Legends Day at Indy 2013 and on and on.
250.
They're certified by the Antique Automobile Club of America as well.
Yeah, Jim Rathman, 6 times the pace car driver at Indy, starting in 1969.
Yeah, thought so.
Okay, then let's sell them the fucking car.
Okay.
Reserve's off.
Reserve is off.
Oh, the reserve is off. Very cool.
Oh, the bravery of the men that drove these Indy cars. Look at how little attention was paid to driver safety back in the days.
Yeah. Nothing. I mean,
just an obligatory roll bar there that really wouldn't do much in the way of protection.
Yep. And not long before that, they wore, quote, helmets that you could basically fold up and put in your pocket.
And T-shirts.
Yeah. Crazy.
Oh,
all right,
boy.
1971, Cuda from Plymouth is on the block right now, and we got a good sneak peek at this one from Chris.
Yeah, we did, and he made a good point. He'd love to own this car, and why not? Nope, it's not a Hemi, not a 440. 71, you know, the second year of the Hemi revolution, but this one wound up with Roadrunner power plant, a 383 down to 300 horsepower in 71. Matching numbers, A833 4-speed as well, and beautifully presented and detailed. It has not fallen victim to the Hemi Cuda recreation. It is as delivered back in 1971. In the Chrysler registry as well.
Oh, and Bill, that color is killing me. It is dark green metallic.
Not the high impact color. That's a very conservative color with a vinyl top.
Love it. Black interior, the black billboards. Wowzer.
Nice.
I'm with Chris all the way, man. I would take that one in a heartbeat. 120.
Yeah, 6 figures for a non-big block. Non-Hemi.
Welcome back inside the Indiana State Fairgrounds for our continuing coverage of Mecum auctions, and I am in the staging lanes right now with this beauty, 1967 Corvette convertible. This one's sporting the turbojet 427 with tri-power. It's quite the powertrain right there, making 435 horsepower in front of a 4-speed manual transmission, blue interior. And what makes this one special, in addition to the level of its restoration, is this relatively rare Elkhart blue exterior. Side pipes as well, red line tires, really cool combination. Not quite Scott Hoke blue, but Scott, I don't think you're kicking this one out of the garage though.
Oh, no, Chris Jacobs. Not at all, my friend. I would never kick a C2 Corvette out. No doubt about that, especially a 67 looking like that. Are you kidding?
With
Great
a
car, though.
427?
Oh, absolutely. Great pick, CJ. Thank you for tipping us off to that one. Coming up soon. And I know Chris is probably already halfway between there and here.
I'm in a full sprint.
we have some good Mopars for you. Here's a 71 Charger RT.
Yeah, this is 440 V code. That's right, 385 horsepower, down a little bit from the 390 rating when these first came along a couple of years earlier. Same owner since 1986. This also with that infamous A833 4-speed manual transmission.
Yep.
Internet has the high bid here.
Yep. I can get the 62 back if you want me to. Try it. Put it back. Yeah.
Citron yellow. Talking about high impact colors.
Come on. 62. Yeah.
Okay, Frank Mecum giving us the indication.
Sold $62,000, Jesse.
And 62 buys it, in fact.
Yes.
Yes.
Pontiac GTO judge
nut and bolt rotisserie restoration, matching numbers, Ram Air.
What a look that has, huh?
Oh boy, the color has a lot to do with it.
Oh, absolutely.
Here I am.
Next up, a 1970 GTO Judge, front and center.
Oh, the unforgettable Orbit orange color. This Ram Air 3, 366 horsepower, 400 cube V8 with turbo 400 automatic transmission, nut and bolt restoration. And I can prove it to you by showing you the underneath of this 70 Judge. Look at that. Everything completely detailed. The paint, the finish, all of the components just brought right back to showroom condition. You love to see that. That obviously has a lot to do with the desirability of a car like this. It just substantiates the work that went into the restoration. You just saw a lot of the nut and bolts that were restored. Over 1,500 hours went into that operation. Body stripped to the bare metal before being repainted in that Orbit orange. New parts everywhere you look. Upholstery, headline, carpet, sill plates. New glass, including the windshield. You kind of think that maybe when this operation started, they might have started with a basket case with all of the work that went into it, 1,500 hours and so many of the parts replaced. They may not have started with a very good example, but you never would know. Look at it now.
By the way, as you see this one at 130, we're going to use that undercarriage cam again here a couple other times in the next 30 minutes or so to give you guys a really cool look at how sanitary is a word you like to use. Some of these cars are underneath.
Yeah, it really is a reflection of how comprehensive the restoration is. All the beautiful stuff up top, that's nice, but boy, when these chassis, the undercarriage and the running gear look as good as the top of the car, that tells you something.
This is mine.
Okay.
I need to make some box for the Charger I just gave away. So
What do you got in it?
I got 16.
Okay.
What? I should be. This one?
Yeah.
Wait.
But
145, you want to do it? 145 is the number. That's a reserve off. That's the number. So do it. 145.
Wow.
Reserve's off, right?
Boy, that's a big jump.
Yeah, that's sort of like the Mecum rules.
I think so.
Once in a while, right? For fun. New customer came up and bid the 145. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the reserve is off, but the bidding is still open. $150,000 if you want to play. 145 is the bid. Reserve is off. 150. Thank you, sir, for playing. $150,000.
I think the guy Mecum ruled
sold
himself.
145.
Yeah.
Sold $145,000 next way.
The Mecum rule light.
186
True.
to 69.
But it worked, and 145 buys that GTO Judge.
302 engine. Muncie 4-speed, power front disc brakes, power steering.
Okay, coming up, another Z28, real deal DC coated. Here's that rally green I was talking about. We were
That you
talking
want
about
on your
potential Copo cars. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are correct. Wow, what a restoration job on this one, too. Just drink it in. There's that 302 290 horse engine, the DC suffix with the Muncie M21 4-speed. Every single part, piece, and component exactly the way it would have appeared when it came from Chevrolet. See the bucket seats in the console? They all had 4 speeds. This has the front and rear spoiler. And the original 12-bolt positive traction with 370 gears. Rosewood steering wheel, nice. Rally wheels with BF Goodrich. High performance radials, which we see 1,000,000 times during a Mecum auction. Great tires, not original, but certainly an improvement when it comes to ride and handling.
Speaking of ride and handling, Bill, you look at the number at the top of the screen, 67 grand. This is one that you would not be afraid to take out and drive a little bit here and there.
Yeah, when you're not spending mega money for a restored Z28, you're right. That's going to make some cruise nights to the next owner.
70,000 a bid, 72,000. Get 70 bid, 72,000 a bid, 70 bid, 72. 70 bid, 72,000 a bid.
That was me. That was me.
Yeah, you all spend your money. Do it one more time.
Let's see if he comes back.
Gentleman there with Frank on the lower left is Lester Long, long-time Mecum customer. We see him at so many of our auctions.
Give me 71. Let's see if he gets a reserve off.
Yeah, and his cars always are exceptional. Yep.
Reserve is off. 71. 71, 2. And the car to walk.
All right, 71 is the bid, and that was the number to get that reserve lifted successfully.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Got a nice
Now
car.
I'll bring out 187 or 71
And
Plymouth
Matt
Roadrunner.
Morbeck
Highly detailed
hammers it
restoration,
at
matching numbers
$71,000.
4-speed, original fender tag, original broadcast sheet, and the air
Okay, a
cover.
71 Roadrunner. CJ, you just had your head in the engine room looking at something. Tell me what you found.
Well, I was just looking at the fender tag to get the code for that air grabber hood N96, which is there. And man, get me a bib, somebody. This one is pretty perfect. First of all, I love this body style change for the 71 model year. It's got the color match bumpers, both front and rear. Color match louvers over the rear glass. Check out this kind of custom orange and black interior showing off very well against the Tour red exterior. You got the A833 4-speed manual transmission behind that N code 383. This is a factory N code. Got the pistol grip on that 4-speed manual. Color black painted wheels with the poverty caps. Just kind of perfect, this whole car, Scott. I just love this car.
383, 330 horse. A mix of originality and also some factory correct replacement doodads here and there. That's the original fender tag too, Chris, as you pointed out. Comes with a broadcast sheet too. That's like the bill sheet. And there it goes, out the door. It's 70,000.
I tell you what, CJ, that is a pair of 383s that are really spectacular.
Absolutely.
However, we do have a 390 horse V code 440 right behind it.
No slouch here. That V code, of course, is the 440 plus the 3 2-barrel 6-pack setup right on top of it. High impact color of sublime green, black interior, and 70 also represented another aesthetic change for the Charger. You see the chrome front grille surrounding bumper, and kind of retained the rest of the 1969 Charger style, except for those kind of flares that are on the doors. That's an easy way to indicate the 1970 model as well.
440. Yeah, 440, 6-pack. Torque Flight, automatic, very popular drivetrain there. Also, that 440 6-pack, that debuted in 1969. Getting a Roadrunner, too, back in 69. And for a lot of people, that was the preferable street setup. You know, you get the Hemi, which certainly had all the headlines, but, you know, you had to be a tune-up artist to keep that thing singing the way you wanted. This one a little more user-friendly and still plenty of horsepower.
Had to be a temperature expert also, watching that temp gauge go up at the stoplight. Those Hemis tend to run a little bit hot. The 440, a little bit more streetable.
Yeah, that 426 was a demon, no pun intended, on the super speedways where cooling was never going to be a problem. But yeah, you get stuck in traffic. Not what those engines loved.
We got where you were going there.
Sometimes you don't.
I like the combination here, too, of the front hood rally stripes and then the bumblebee stripe around the deck lid and the rear quarters. Really cool effect.
$95,000. Just bought the Charger RT.
6.6-liter Pontiac V8 4-speed. Glove box doors.
Here we have a Trans Am SE. That's a special edition. This is from 1977. And it's that special edition Y82 that we all love.
Starlight Black, of course. 6.6 V8. And this one with a 4-speed. The engine combinations, the transmission combinations for the Trans Am beginning in 1969. All the way through until the Pontiac went the way of all flesh, kept changing in terms of automatics, manuals, displacements, Ram airs, turbos. Boy, you had to be a real scholar to keep up with what was happening at Pontiac during those days. Glove box on this, signed by Burt Reynolds. Some of the goodies include factory air, power front disc brakes, and PHS documentation. Hurst T-tops as well. Yeah, the T-tops are Hurst installed on these at the factory.
Car will sell. No reserve is off. I should say no reserve.
Made famous, of course, Smokey and the Bandit. It was made to look like a 77 model in the film, but they actually used a mixture of 76 and 77 Trans Ams. All they did was switch out the round headlights to the rectangular ones, so they all looked like a 77.
Right. Pontiac didn't even want to give those cars to Hal Needham for that movie. They read the script and said, I don't know if we want to get involved with this. But they wound up, I think, with 4, and 3 of them wound up being returned in baskets. And I guess one of them survived. I think the one that was in that bridge scene where they jump over the creek, that bridge deal. I think that was the death knell for that car.
Sure.
Showing the multiple 68 and 69 Chargers that were killed during the Dukes of Hazzard series.
Yes.
In the same manner.
All right. Sally Field, Burt Reynolds, Jackie Gleason, Jerry Reed. Who stole the show?
Oh, there was Pat McCormick was in there with Paul Williams. And
right. But there were a bunch of guys. Who I'm just asking your opinion.
You just made a face at me when I said that.
No, I did.
I'm going Jackie Gleason. Jackie Gleason stole that one.
Either that or Jerry Reed for me. He was hilarious.
I like this dog.
True. The kids are loving the Adventure Zone here at Mecum Indy. Back with more in a moment. Oh, a big Corvette on the way, guys, from 1971. Yes, that is an LS6 equipped 71 Corvette with a 4-speed. And one of the best parts about it, that is Unrestored.
What a car, man. Last hurrah for Corvette performance until well into the C4 generation.
Absolutely. We're going to see that car here in just a little while in Indianapolis. Right now, Bill, hang on to your hat. 64 Ford Thunderbolt just brought $230,000.
Well, I've told you my favorite car of all time is a 63 Corvette Grand Sport. This is number 2. A real 64 Ford Thunderbolt. I'm so glad it sold. I just want to keep these cars alive as long as we can. So special.
We'll let you look at it a little longer.
Oh, I could look at it forever.
Okay, this is gotta be first ballot paint Hall of Fame on the 67 Corvette, but it goes far beyond that.
Yeah, beauty may be only skin deep, but the beauty of this goes way beyond that. That color is red hot sun glow, metallic, kind of like a candy apple color. Look at the inside of this car. With that fabulous dark saddle interior. Quickly, we'll get to the engine, an LT1 direct injected crate engine with a 6-speed manual. Custom high-end components for the suspension and brakes and steering. Willwood, 6-piston front discs and 4-piston rears. An electric ABS power brake system has been included in that disc brake setup. How much money went into that build? Well, I can tell you right now, $200,000 is not going to buy it, and I can tell you that that's probably because of the build cost.
So the bid goes on that Corvette with a 1965 custom treatment of a Corvette right behind it.
$427. Back in 1965, get a 396, but not a 427. That will come in a year later. And Jimmy Inglisi, the all-time great induction guru, Weber Carburetors, electronic fuel injection. His company is responsible for that stack injection. On top of that big Texas Speed LSX 427. 5-speed manual from the people at Tremec. Got some flared fenders. Once again, 4-wheel Willwood disc brakes. Not Wildwood, by the way, everybody, which we hear all the time.
Yes.
like Edelbrock intakes. Yeah, everybody, please.
No, it's Edelbrock.
Pay attention, please. Budnick wheels, by the way. Some extras like a tilt steering column, too. But a lot of the originality on the outside of that car has been maintained.
Yeah, probably. They just bought an estate out with
You see the high-rise hood there, which would have been correct for a 65, 396 Corvette. Throw a set of headers on there as they did with those side exhausts, factory-style side exhausts.
Give 180.
I've got 180.
Just guessing here, I think
There's
200,
no guarantee, but I got
low
a couple guys
200s.
fighting over it. The faster you lift that reserve.
Make it happen.
I got 190. Take it off.
Round her off.
Oh, there's the reserve off, Bill. So
210.
we'll get that done at 200 grand.
You can tell I've been doing this for a while. I just have that little voice in my head that tells me, yeah, we're getting pretty close.
Looking good. All right.
Well, right on 200 grand.
Thank you so much.
And Travis moving up into the grandstand to help out those folks. All right, a couple of customs back to back, and the next Corvette, Bill, is anything but.
Oh, wow. 1966 coupe with that L72 427, 425 horsepower. That was the top dog powertrain back in 66 with the 4-speed manual, Bloomington Gold certified, NCRS Top Flight Award, Concours Gold. David Burrows, the man who founded Bloomington Gold, picked this car as one of his favorites. It's a triple diamond certified car at McCacken, about 7 or 8 years ago. Matching numbers drivetrain, M21 4-speed. It's got the factory issued 4-wheel disc brakes. This has been completely refurbished by the folks at Corvette Repair. Kevin McKay out in Valley Stream, New York. Took the body off this. Yeah, and that Laguna Blue lacquer paint, that was applied not long ago. So this has been through the process. And it looks it. And it is going to sell, Scott.
160 is the current bid. How many of these vintage Corvettes are resprayed within the last few years with folks using lacquer from back in the day?
Exactly. Not many, because lacquer is labor intensive. You got to make sure that surface is repaired perfectly. The paint's got to go on properly, then you got to sand it and buff it. A lot of work.
Oh, I think she's happy with it. $165,000 for that Corvette. Very nice. All right, Chris Jacobs, 1970 Roadrunner up next for you.
Oh, Scott, this goes into my top 5 Mopars at this auction. Absolutely. When we was in staging, Bob Ashton from McCacken and I were absolutely loving up on this car. We agree that 70 is probably our favorite Mopar year, and for him, the Roadrunner is his favorite model. Alpine white with a burnt orange interior. You're looking at that N code 383. 4-barrel carburetor on top of it, 4-speed manual transmission with the pistol grip. And as I said in my preview a couple days ago, whoever had the foresight, the genius really, to put this combination together when they were ordering from the dealer, my hat is off to them. What an unusual and great color combination, the white over the burnt orange, Bill.
Chris, I love you like a brother. But you said you love the 71. Now you're loving the 70. Now you're going to have to choose
no, I said
one.
I love the 71. My favorite is the 70.
Oh, boy, are you a politician?
I'm just like spreading it all over the place.
You are. You're Mr. Love.
What a great car, though.
Wait a minute.
Also,
I thought he was Mr. Love.
Original window sticker on this car, under $3,400.
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
That is so cool. Oh, my gosh. We're going to take a break here and collect ourselves. And one more look at the reaction of the young lady who bought that super cool 66 Vet. Oh, beautiful day here in Indy. Coming up on 4 o'clock here in the state capitol. We're at the Fairgrounds Coliseum on a beautiful day, much cooler than we had yesterday. And we pick up the live action here on ESPN Plus with the 1968 GT350H, everyone.
A little change of pace here from all the Corvettes. GT350H out of that first run of original Shelby Mustangs. This was the last year that you could get a GT350 with the Hertz trademark on it, but you'll notice on the rally stripe along the rocker panel there's no H on this, but this is a Hertz car. They came back again in excuse me, 2006. You get another Mustang with that Hertz imprimatur on it, and then again, I think in 2016 maybe, around there, Ford did it, but it had no Hertz connection. They just kind of did it on their own with the GTH. So this is an important car. This is the last time that you could get a first run in those original Shelby Mustangs with that GT350 non-H designation on it.
110,000 a bid.
302, by the way. These were not big, heavy horsepower cars by this time in 1968. If you got the GT350, of course the GT500, you could get both the standard or the KR with an automatic transmission on this one. Candy apple red with white.
75, man. Is that a frame off?
I do not know. I can't. It looks nice, but I did not look at it.
Right? Right, small block. It's a 302, dude. Right.
No? Okay.
Sorry.
You don't have to say sorry. No.
Internet, here's your last call at $110,000. Otherwise, we're going to pass. We're close. $110,000. Close at 105. Close at 105. A bid might buy that car.
Well, Matt Morbeck says we need to close the bidding at $105,000.
The only known rally red on red 67.
Okay, Bill,
L88.
I'm going to turn you loose. 1967 L88.
A very well-known car in the L88 community because it's the only known rally red with red interior, 67 L88. You know, that's besides the fact there were only 20 of these built in 1967, the L88s. Bloomington Gold and NCRS have both had ample opportunity to certify this Corvette, and they've both given it the highest ratings. NCRS Duntov Mark of Excellence. Bloomington Gold certified more than once. Bloomington Gold had a special collection 4 different times, and each time this L88 was invited to take place. Wow. Yeah. The late Chip Miller, what a great Corvette enthusiast and advocate for the Corvette he was. Of course, he was one of the owners and operators of Corvettes at Carlisle Fairgrounds for so many years. Used to have a display every year called Chip's Choice, his favorite Corvettes, and this was part of that
Still
display.
at $1,700,000. They got $1,800,000. Got to be at $1,900,000. They got $1,900,000 now on the internet. That'd be $2 million. $2 million.
Yeah, we knew this would jump into 7 figures. The only question is, how high will it go?
Indeed.
Yeah, $2 million. Asking $2,000,001.
Yeah, the L88 is at 427. That was Zora Arkas Duntov's toy. Wanted it to go racing. Boy, that engine certainly did prove itself on racetracks.
We've had other one-of-one 67 L88s through the Mecum auction. The black one, I believe, was a
the Tony DiLorenzo car. Yeah.
The yellow one that was in Glendale 2 years ago, I believe, was also a one-of-one based on the color. But what was the most produced color of the 20?
I'm going to
one of the blues, maybe?
I'm going to take a while. I would say maybe the blue. The Marina blue.
$2,700,000.
2,600, 2,700,000, 2,600,000, 2,600,000. Not get a bit of a 7 band, and outside of not get a bit of a 6
Internet has the high bid at the moment.
2,700,000. 2,700,000. 2,800,000. 2,800,000 now. 2,800,000 now.
All right. Well, got
hey,
to
we gave it a good run.
2.7. I see Dana kind of on a purposeful march toward the other end. But we're going to let it go at 2.7 million.
Somewhere in the threes, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Would perhaps get us a gavel on the bet.
Okay. Here is a 1968 Z28.
Yeah, this is the second year for the Z28. And Chevrolet was a little bit more aggressive in promoting this car after 1967. I'll tell you, that was everybody's dirty little secret.
Hey, Bill, yes. I was going to say, we're at $85,000. Let's take a peek under the car and see what it looks like there.
We can do that. There it is. Oh, boy. Beautifully detailed. And why not? This is a show car all the way. And as I say on any number of occasions, kind of too nice to drive, which is a shame. 302, 290 horse with the cross ram 4-barrel carburetor setup. Dealer installed. That is a post-showroom edition. And what's interesting is that even with that extra 4-barrel, Chevy still rated it at 290 horsepower. But again, Bill is going to remind you that horsepower ratings back in the day sometimes were just the fanciful ideas of engine and marketing executives. You just weren't completely sure what that number represented. But anyway, these are very desirable Z28s, no question there.
87's bid, 90,000 out of bid, 87, 90.
Russ says last call at 87.
It takes some real deal making to sell that car.
Hey, you know what? They just made the deal.
Well,
Reserves off.
That's the only way it was going to happen.
Sold 87 pounds an hour. Sold 87 pounds.
All right, the hammer drops on that car. Hey, look, it's Dave Frea.
Oh,
Dave Frea just bought that car.
Well, he's got a lot of space in the garage now. He's got to start filling it up.
And budget.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, next up on the block. Oh, man, you've got to love the lines on this 2024 Ferrari Roma.
Well, Scott, you make a very good point, because some of those mid-engine Ferraris of recent vintage, the styling, it's way out. But Steve Matchett, there's not an ugly angle on this automobile.
No, it's beautiful. And if you ever look inside the car as well, guys, Ferrari described the car as a 2+, not quite 2+2. They'll call it a 2+. You could possibly squeeze something in the back seat.
Maybe.
You know, more luggage, I'm thinking, than anything else, quite frankly, but there is a little bit of space there. But yes, very plush styling. Have a look at the door handles as the car rolls across the block as well. Those inset door handles there, or flush sitting door handles.
How about 230 grand, guys?
Well, yeah. Do you ever think you'd see a non-red Ferrari that looks as good as a red Ferrari with that green? That color.
Beautiful. Just goes to show they don't all have to be red.
So subtle.
$580, $590, $590, $590, $590. Oh, $650. Don't get weak now. Come on, man. You've tried and tried and tried. Come on. You bid $675. If he bids again, I will not come back and ask you for another bid. I promise. $660, and I won't ask you again. $660? I thought so. See? See? Now, I told him I wouldn't ask him again. Hey, Russ, do me a favor. Ask him for $700,000.
Sir, give $700,000 for it.
608, last call. You done? Jimmy? 685. Sold. $675,000. Jordan Hunter. Here's Russ Conklin.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. One of the best moments of this day or any day. Jimmy and Russ teaming up on that Catalina Super Duty Swiss cheese we had a little bit earlier.
You mentioned Fraser Ali.
Yes.
I'm thinking Jimmy Connors and Bjorn Borg.
Ooh.
Remember those long rallies they would have?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a long time their Wimbledon final, I forget what year it was like the longest tennis match in history.
Oh, dear.
$110,000 as we bring it back to the live action with a 66 GTO.
First year the GTO became its own model. This with the optional 360 horse 389. This was the last year the Mountain Tri-Power on those 389s. 67 they went to the 404 barrel setup on all the GTOs. This a 4-speed car and red lines and rally wheels and all the eyeball you need.
All right, boy, we have had Corvettes in just about every generation, shape, size, configuration. And here we go with one of the coolest of the bunch, a 1971 LS6. And Bill, this is unrestored, just 33,000 miles.
It challenges your belief mechanism to think this is unrestored. And you know, I haven't checked lately, but you know, Guy Larson of Bloomington Gold had an LS6. I don't know if he still has it, but that really was his prized possession for such a long time. And why not? The 425 horsepower 454. This was the last rifle shot for big horsepower Corvettes for a while. The ZR1 in 1990 really was the Corvette that, well, it proved to people that the Corvette could still be a world-class sports car. 188 of these LS6s were produced, and approximately 50 of those were convertibles like this one. Of course, the M22 4-speed transmission, that's sunflower yellow, and it is unrestored. That bears repeating.
Well, that's Guy Larson right there. We saw him in the lower left-hand corner.
Could this be his?
So 162.
Maybe
I don't know.
Once removed, I don't know.
We wait on that one.
It sells at over $162,000.
Interesting.
Have to.
He must have been a curious observer.
Yeah, we'll have to do a little research on this.
Okay. Of course, Guy Larson handles Bloomington Gold these days and always has a Bloomington Gold display at our Mecum events.
Oh, he's a good guy.
Indeed. Okay, Bill, here's the 2021 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT P1 edition that you supposedly at some point knew the number of little Mercedes-Benz logos on this one.
I don't remember, but a couple of hundred maybe, I don't know. But if you want to know what it's like to drive a race car, there you go. Get this. Because these cars competed in a couple of Supercar series, and they acquitted themselves quite well. 720 horsepower out of that 4-liter V8. And all the special race car pieces in this, dry sump, lubrication, special brake package and suspension, and creature comforts too. Dual zone automatic climate control. We talked about those butterfly doors. Not on this car.
I'm in love with the livery on this car. If you couldn't figure it out by looking at it, it is made by Mercedes. If you look at the tri-stars on the rear flanks, there's a lot of indication this is a Mercedes car. But the rear wing is extremely functional. I've just been running my hand over the aero surfaces trying to figure out, you know, exactly how much downforce you're getting from there. Well, you can't tell by rubbing your hand, but it is very functional.
Sure.
Yeah. It's got the protection underneath it to stop any grit damage getting to those leading aero surfaces.
Functional and necessary, really, at speed especially.
Yes, it is. And again, with those Petronas teal accents around the car, this is playing up absolutely the Mercedes-Benz connection. with their racing team, selling road cars. We're doing a great job. I mean, it's a beautiful piece of engineering.
Steve, real quick, the bid goes on at $550, but what's that secondary wing, the little mini wing under the main wing in the rear?
I wonder whether or not it's for braking effect, so they'll put it up under
Oh,
braking.
okay.
Would be
Perhaps.
my guess, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move from that Mercedes-Benz to 2023 Aston Martin V12 Vantage. Opening up, $200,000.
Oh, boy. Only slightly used, 1,737 miles, showing on the odometer, one of 333 limited edition examples of this car. 690 horsepower twin-turbo V12, displacing 5.2 liters with an 8-speed automatic transmission with a manual shift feature. Option after option after option, loaded right up to the roof. Stability control, traction control, all of these driver aids, positive torque control, an electronic rear differential, dynamic torque vectoring. Wow.
235.
That is a cutting-edge sports car all day long. Multiple drive modes. And certainly with that much horsepower, talking about a car that gets you to 60 miles an hour probably in about 3 seconds and up to 100 miles an hour in less than 10. However, please observe locally posted speed limits at all times.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
250 pounds down there, 245, 250, 250 pounds.
245 is the bid.
250 pounds and last call. 245, 250. So, 245 pounds another. So,
I tell you, Scott, Aston Martin and McLaren could have quite a styling war with the kind of modern, cutting-edge sports cars they're building.
I think you're right. Very cool. All right, let's move to a 2023 Ferrari. This is the SF90 Stradale.
Oh, packing a punch here, 986 horsepower, 3.9 liter twin turbo hybrid powertrain, 8-speed Formula One dual clutch transmission. Carbon fiber everywhere. I mean everywhere. Instrument cluster, rear shelf. And Steve, match it. Dare you get too close to this animal.
Oh, boy. It's such a, I've said it before, it's a stunning piece of engineering, but once again, Maranello's engineers have done it. You said it, nearly 1,000 brake horsepower at the driver's command. Hybrid technology, but I don't think when Ferrari's engineers were working on this hybrid technology, they weren't thinking of fuel saving, economy mode, nothing. How much horsepower can we squeeze from the Kerr system and add it to the piston engine? And again, when you combine the horsepower from those two power outputs, 1,000 brake horsepower. Electronic, everything on the car. And I was looking earlier on, guys, at the details. You may have mentioned it, I may have missed it. 400-something miles.
Yes.
Yeah.
442.
442.
Currently. Boy, Steve, we talk a lot about that the muscle car wars back in the 1960s.
Yeah.
We're kind of seeing a European version of that now with these super high-performance sports cars coming from the Europeans.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There's two things, really. Is what everyone's doing with horsepower is phenomenal. But also, it's aero. Once again, it's aero is king. You've got to work on those aero profiles, and they're doing it. Ferrari are doing it, McLaren are doing it, Aston Martin. They're all going down the same road. Take the drag off the car, and boy, they're finding it.
Both this Ferrari and the one that's going to follow it from 2024, the Spider version of this SF90, both have that Assetto Fiorano package, which takes it to even a higher level.
Yes, and
he
for
said he
those
can't do that, but he'll give the 500.
Fiorano is Ferrari's own test track, literally right next door to the
You want to
factory.
take the 475?
You don't want to take 475. No.
What about 485? Because at 550 you net 495. So.
What you look?
What do you say? Yeah, whatever. I'll take it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Bye. Still won't do it. Not at 495.
Well, would you sell it at 550?
550? Yeah.
Well, that's the same as 495 net.
Oh, okay.
It's the same thing.
Oh, okay. I'm with you.
You want to do that?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah.
Okay, a little bit of explanation goes a long way, and we're going to take the reserve off at $500,000.
Well, that proves that 495 into 550 will go.
Yes.
Follow me?
Right.
$500,000. So $500,000. Brian Brewer coming down the lane lot. Yes, 208, 2024 Ferrari.
Wow.
SF90.
How cool is that?
Yeah, I love that. You know what? You start talking about near 1,000 horsepower, and somebody that remembers when 300 horsepower was considered a lot. Yeah, I'm still trying to process all this.
Okay, we'll move from that one from 2023 and now 2024. A couple differences, obviously color here, but this Spider version of the SF90 has only 68 miles on the clock.
I mean, that's mileage just from backing it off the trailer practically.
Yeah, and we're starting at $500,000 on this car.
And we have the same powertrain, that 986 horsepower hybrid V8 system, displacing 3.9 liters.
Well, Steve,
it's to me, as soon as we bring the car onto the block, you can hear that very distinctive Maranello exhaust system, and they work so hard to get that tone right. That's not an accident that it sounds that good.
No. Oh, no.
Yeah. The SF90, again, SF90 Scuderia Ferrari, so it's built in celebration of Ferrari's race team.
Correct.
It was a road car packed full of Formula One technology, as you guys have already said, but in celebration of Scuderia Ferrari's 90th.
Well, the red one sold. The yellow one is still available. $550,000 is the high bid.
A lot of money flying around the capital city on our final day in Indianapolis. We could have another $1 million sale on our hands here in just a little bit when it crosses the block. This 2018 Ford GT Coupe. Interesting on the color, right? Looks like any other black exterior, but it's listed as McLaren Fire Black. So because of that, it's said to be the only GT in existence in this color. Gonna have our great cameraman Jake stay put for a second and our driver Thomas show us these butterfly doors. Just one of the many great features. The car has never seen a title, still has the dealer MSO on it. EcoBoost V6 engine, twin turbocharged, 647 horsepower. Chris Jacobs, we'll see if this GT reaches $1 million coming up.
Yeah, Danielle, well, before that one comes across the block, there's a few more great Mopars coming, and this one is an unusual one. 1971 Plymouth Hemi Cuda, sporting the 4-speed pistol grip transmission as well. One of only 60 of those 4-speed Hemis made. This one is the only known car to be exported to Europe, and that's why it sports the very rare 240 kilometers per hour speedometer, radio delete, wise report, and also this car was driven in period at prominent Scandinavian racing events, which is pretty cool and adds to its provenance. Coming across the block in just a little bit, and I'll be up there to tell you a little bit more about it. Scott?
Oh, we wouldn't want anything less than that, CJ. Thank you, brother. That is on the way. Let us pick up what's happening on the block right now with the modern 300 SL, if you will. Draw a straight line back to it. This is a 2012 Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG Gullwing, and it just sold for $155.
Yeah, from butterfly doors to gullwing doors. This is a tribute to that original 300 SL from back in the 1950s, but this one with way more power. 620 horsepower out of a 6.2 liter engine that is connected to the 7-speed dual-clutch transmission with paddle shifters and a lot of modifications, too, on this, Scott. $25,000 invested with Rentec upgrades.
Ooh, yes. That talks to me. Okay, also from 2012, also an SLS AMG, but this is, as we might expect, if we're going to have a pair of them, this would be the Roadster version.
Again, and Rentec is one of the better-known shops where you can get upgrades and improvements and enhancements to your Mercedes. So we go to 620 horsepower on this one with 522 pound-feet of torque. That is a runner. 7-speed dual clutch in this one as well. Modified computer system in this. An ECU tuning that's been done by Rentec that helps it produce all that power with some special computer software as well. It can stop as well as go. AMG disc brakes with vented rotors. Luxury and performance.
I didn't want to interrupt you, Bill. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Stephen.
During your speech there about the car, I just highlighted, as we had the camera inside the engine bay, that you see that the engine builder's handcrafted signature is on each engine.
Yes.
That's a really cool touch. I'm very pleased that Mercedes do that. And the other thing that I'm very pleased with Mercedes is they keep, when you look at a Mercedes, they keep their shape. You know it's a Mercedes, right?
Yes.
Right.
It's called design language. And that's what they do.
You know, you mentioned that engine builder. Yes. There are plenty of videos out there, but that one guy basically takes that engine and stays with it the entire way through the build.
That's his project.
Yes.
Yep. It's kind of like Lamaze. You know, you go to class, you're there the whole time.
I wish we could.
Not Lamar.
I was really hoping he said Le Mans, but he didn't.
Jumps in, we're gonna try, but we backed in our only.
Oh,
we only backed in our only bidder.
Well, that's a first. $105,000 for that SLS AMG Roadster. Well, we have already had a Ferrari 812, the Competizione version from 2023, sell for over $1 million. Here is basically the entry-level 812 Steve Matchett from 2019. This is the 812 Superfast.
Yes, it's front-engine car, Mercedes. Ferrari really getting the hang of trying to do that same idea as Mercedes, is trying to continue with that front-engine Grand Tourer design. This was the latest range they came up with, and the Superfast, a name that we mentioned before from Ferrari's history that they like to keep bringing forward to keep that connection going on, and it's a beautiful piece of engineering.
785 horsepower out of that 6.5-liter V12 7-speed F1 dual clutch gearbox with an electronic limited slip differential. It rides on all of that great technology with a 4-wheel steering system.
Yeah, I'm delighted to see, talking about the Mercedes that went over before and the Ferraris now, that both of those great manufacturers see merit and worth in building front-engine cars. Because technically you think, you want the engine in the rear of the car. That makes a lot more sense from an engineering perspective, but they look so handsome.
Yes, absolutely.
The reserve comes off at 335, and Steve, you mentioned the front engine allows them to kind of dial in that very retro, throwback look a little bit.
Yes, it does. And again, Maranello, Ferrari are one of the teams that really use that to the maximum. They always look back into their history. You might see a name come forward. You might see a styling cue come forward from a previous car.
Very nice. 335. We are back in Indianapolis at Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Check this 70 GTO. And I see the 455 call out there on this dark green white top car. Bill Stevens, 110 is the bid.
Yeah, the 455 HO, it kind of existed in the shadow of those Ram Air cars. But here we go. No miles since the restoration, and I mean a complete restoration that took 3 years on it. Factory Ram Air on that 455 HO. Remember, now they had a Ram Air 3 and a Ram Air 4. So this is part of the Ram Air family. Turbo 40, turbo hydromatic. And there's that green. We've seen it before. We hope to see it again. Looks great on those goats.
Gorgeous. Okay, on to a 1970 Barracuda Custom. Chris Jacobs, decode this one for us, if you would, please.
Well, Bill Stevens, this is one that you and I are going to have a major mind meld on, buddy. First of all, let's talk about what it is. A 1970 Plymouth Barracuda Custom convertible. Now, why do I say that Bill's going to be into this one? Well, what is under the hood there, Bill?
I don't know how they did that, but that is a Viper V10, the 8-liter, 450 horsepower Viper engine, and they got it in there. So the fabrication and the engineering is got to be top-notch. 4-speed electronic automatic transmission with overdrive and so many other remarkable pieces. In fact, let's not stop with the top of the car. We're going to take a look now at the chassis. And that is as clean as the top of the car. As you can see, look at the oil pan from that 8-liter V10 Viper. Goes almost the length of the car. And there's the exhaust system. Ooh, look at the diameter of those exhaust pipes coming out of those twin mufflers. I'm guessing that's stainless exhaust, too. Boy, that's great.
That is a fakey N96 shaker hood there. It's actually non-functional because, obviously, the Viper V10 under the hood. And I don't know if you saw the mechanism that brought the hood down, but it's a hydraulic system. So touch of a button, hood comes down, highly customized.
If that shaker hood was connected to that Viper engine, that engine would suck that scoop right in.
How about the V10 call-outs on the hockey sticks?
Yeah, kind of tipping his hand a little bit there.
Okay, moving on to a 69 Camaro Custom that at first glance looks absolutely spectacular. I don't think anybody's going to argue. Let's go through some of the details here, Bill.
Well, one of the big details is look at how that blue paint contrasts with that white interior. But yeah, you just saw the LS2 in there with a Tremec 5-speed manual transmission. And after they completed the rotisserie restoration, that's when the customization began with that hand-fabricated console, those beautifully stitched bucket seats, vintage air, Dakota digital dash, with the commensurate gauges that go along with it. Highly detailed everywhere you look. Even the undercarriage is spectacular on this. Chevy brand stereo has Bluetooth connectivity in it. And Budnick custom wheels, low profile radials.
All right, continuing on with a 1970s Superbird, our second one that is powered by a Hemi backed up by a column shift 727 automatic torque flight transmission, beautifully restored. You're getting a look at the air cleaner there with the proud 426 Hemi call out. This one done in lemon twist, the black vinyl top, which is brand new. Again, just a flawless restoration of this car. Rally gauges. No tick-tock tack in there. That is the clock and the tachometer combination, but that is absent. Getting a look around the rear of the car. And of course that wing. Now its counterpart, the Dodge Daytona, which was a 1969 version, may look similar by virtue of the fact that they're both wing cars, but that's where the similarity ends. No shared sheet metal. The wings are different dimensions. The car is a different weight, height, width. So again, cousins in the fact they're both wing cars, but that's where it ends.
Well, you know, the popular story is that NASCAR outlawed these cars in 1971, but they really didn't. What they did is they limited the displacement of the engines. They couldn't run the Hemi. There was a 305 cubic inch limit for the engines that were allowed to run in those wing cars, which made them totally uncompetitive. So that was the end of that.
And look at
Look at these numbers compared to the one that we had earlier. This is blowing that one away.
You ever heard the story of asking for forgiveness, not permission? Hey, he's been a good bidder. We're not there yet. Mecum rule 600.
Okay.
Mecum rule 600.
Ryan, yes or no? At 575. Otherwise, I'm going to close it. We're going to go to the Mecum rule. Now, sir, if you want to wait, that's fine. But if I open it back up, or if he hits it, he's done.
If you don't
right?
come up.
Yes or no at 575?
535. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to close it here at 550 internet. We're going to offer advance at 575 to 600. When the internet clicks 600, that car will be sold. Internet, the Mecum rule is $600. When you click in, that car's sold. $600,000, we come right to the very end. $600,000 once. $600,000 twice.
Have we ever had a
And if you
Mecum
can hear
rule
us,
on the internet?
How many people think
Don't
you ought to
know.
click in
Don't
at
recall.
600?
Don't remember.
Net, there you have it. $600,000, 1/3, and long last call, $600,000. $600,000? Yes, we do. $600,000.
Got my shoes off.
Yeah? He's a, well, I know that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the reserve is off.
Oh,
now, who wants to give
Wow.
$600,000?
The twist.
Yes.
$600,000
Mecum
yes
rule
or
on
no?
the internet, and the reserve comes off.
On a lemon twist Superbird. See, you didn't even
see
realize
what
it,
you
did
did
you?
there, Scott, and I like it.
Sold at $550,000, sold
I love that.
$550,000. Meg is
That
like,
may be a
ladies and gentlemen,
first.
the car sold
Maybe a first, the Mecum rule on the
$550,000.
internet. I don't
is
recall
sold.
that. That's pretty cool.
But it ended up not
It ended up
happening
being
because
moot.
they took the reserve off anyway. Yes. Very nice. $550,000. Hey, you know what? We are not finished with Hemi Fever, Bill Stevens.
No, and Chris Jacobs gave us a little sneak preview of this 1971 Hemi Cuda not long ago. Let's pick up the story, Chris.
Yeah, you know, an unusual build in the sense that it's rare that it's the purportedly only car that was delivered new to Europe, to Denmark. And therefore it has that rare 240 km/h speedo radio delete, I suppose, because they had earmarked it to race, which it did when it was over there in the in-period races. Very well done restoration again. Don't know how it made its way back to the U.S., but here it is. Hemi billboard stripes on that red exterior, black interior, pistol grip 4-speed transmission. It's got the period correct Goodyear Polyglass GTs around those 15-inch rally wheels. Another beautiful build.
Well, I am not going to dispute the fact that this may have been the only exported 1971 Hemi Cuda to go to Europe. But I can tell you, in 1970, 5 Cudas, 3 Hemis and 2 440s were exported to France to a fellow by the name of Henri Chemin that worked for Chrysler France, and he went road racing and won several Group 1 championships with those cars. I mean, he really kicked the butt of those European cars, and that was a year earlier, 1970.
So this one will head toward Bid Goes On. And the next car you see will be the 67 Corvette convertible. Chris, you had this one, I think, in the staging lane for us a bit ago. And we'll open with a $120,000 bid.
My, oh my. I wish everybody could experience the sound of an L71 435 horse 427 with side exhaust at full throttle. Oh dear, that is sweet music. Frame off restoration, Elkhart blue. The Stinger is black on the hood. We got some documentation with a protector plate. Also, the NCRS shipping date report has been acquired with this car. Telescopic steering column and a wood steering wheel, the teak wheel, a couple of very desirable options on the Corvette.
short rows, $190,000.
And we're sliding slowly up toward $200,000. Could we have another $200,000 mid-year Corvette? We've had both original and custom mid-years sell in that range so far.
190,000 on a bid, 195. I'm going to be up there, 95, 190 bid, 5, 195, 190 bid. I'm going to go 5 pair, 195. I'm going to go 90 bid, 195. How are we doing over there? 195,000 bid.
I'll pay you from your reserve. I'll pay you from your reserve, so you get the 200, so you get the 184 that you would get from your reserve. That work? Yeah. Yep. Charlie, throw your thumb up. Throw your
Here
thumb up.
goes, folks. The reserve is off. 190 is a bid. $195,000 going to do it. 195. 190 bid. I'm going to go to 5. I'm going to take you though. 195,000.
So 190 in the reserve is off.
I think Frank has a bidder's assistant in training with him.
He very much does. You are correct. And that gentleman, that couple just bought it for $190,000. Oh, a lovely view flying in from the northwest side of Indianapolis, and we're going to land on another 1969 Roadrunner A12 on the block. And I think this is at least 3 that we've had this weekend, legit Plymouth Roadrunner A12s.
Oh, these cars rock and roll. Chris, do me a favor. Would you go get the keys and come over here and say, Dad, this is for you?
Dad, this is for you? Is this a revelation show now? I knew that similarities were uncanny.
Yeah.
Yeah, A12 package, of course, that fiberglass lift-off hood, the 440 plus the 6 underneath, hubcap delete, heavy-duty suspension. Just such a cool Mopar. And as I think I said yesterday during one of the A12s that came across the block, in the Mopar world, these are very special cars.
That's what we call a triple-double, that 6-pack now.
All right, that A12 will go to the bid goes on, and we're going to pick things up on a 2018 Ford GT Coupe. Hey, well, let's start over $500,000. What do you
Why not? Still on the dealer, MSO. Manufacturer's documentation that this car has never been titled. One owner, only a little over 5,000 miles. And boy, that, I'll tell you, a 3.5 liter V6 that can make 647 horsepower is just mondo beyond-o, as I like to say. Ooh, baby.
My goodness, the engineering know-how and
how to get the fuel in there and compress it and have an exhaust system that can handle it, and the ignition system has to be just perfect. Yeah. So anyway, that pretty much covers the drivetrain. It's got a 7-speed dual-clutch automatic, and well, you saw the butterfly doors, carbon fiber monocoque construction.
Now we know why they didn't call you and me to put that all together.
Well, that would have been a disaster. $1,000 orange brake calipers.
I got $730.
$10,000 titanium exhaust.
$730.
That's a $715
is the bid.
Gotta have the $730. $715. I'm just taking a little.
I know. No, I get it. $730 net. I got to do it.
Just let me take 10. $720. I'll take a little. I ain't trying to take a lot.
He thinks there's more.
Yeah. Well then. Mecum rule. 760. Yeah.
This is an easy one.
Okay.
Close with you at 740. Mecum rule 760. $716,000. $716,000, sir.
Worth a try.
If you're going to do it, $716,000. Mecum rule, as soon as he does it, we let him have it. $716,000.
I don't want to give you 731, but I'll give you 735.
760. What do you have?
He gave me 735.
735. It's an idea.
725.
How are you guys doing over there? Does he want to give 760 over there, Jordan? I know they're talking.
725.
730. Ladies and gentlemen, got news for you. Jordan, the reserve is off. 735 is a bid.
Wow, look at that.
Anybody else want to
Yes.
get 750,000?
There you go.
$750,000.
735. The reserve is
735
off.
into about 15. I'd get a bit of a 715. I'd get a bit of a 15. I'd have 750. So 735.
Very interesting, too, on this paint on this car.
Congratulations.
That's a color they borrowed from McLaren.
That's nice. A
Called
guest
Fire
badge,
Black.
and he's going to make you pay
So
for
that's
it.
been reshot in McLaren color.
Right. McLaren Special Operations had that in their palette. And that one rang the bell, and it is gunning for a podium finish here today. That's in our number 3 spot overall thus far.
Excellent.
1955 Chevy 210 Custom.
Yep, another variation on a 55 Chevy Custom. This one with a big block, a 454 with an automatic. Underneath, Ride-Tech supplied all the suspension pieces, including the coilovers, disc brakes from Willwood. They've added power steering and air conditioning. Red leather interior, which you're about to see after we admire that engine compartment. Just a second, too, as we walk around toward the back, you'll see the very conservative treatment on the wheels, but look at the leather interior, the tilt steering column in chrome. Deep black paint, steel wheels with center caps. Conservative, but nonetheless unique and show-worthy.
That one's got a little bit of attitude, Bill.
Yeah, it's lowered, has that black color. But they've maintained all the chrome and all the stainless and everything else, so it's not what you call a real makeover.
Yeah, it sold at a pretty reasonable $110,000.
Yeah.
And I understand that reasonable is relative here today.
In our world.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. How many of these have we seen over the years, Bill, and you just don't get tired of them?
Never. Never. 55 Caddy Eldorado Barritz. This is the ultimate Corvette. Corvette. Oh, please. Scott, slap me, will you? The ultimate Cadillac in 1955. That's the 331 V8. Last year for that one, the engine went up the following year with a bigger displacement, 365. But, you know, you look at this car, and can you not imagine like Marilyn Monroe or Jane Mansfield or one of the great, Jane Russell, great beauty queens of the 50s, tooling down Hollywood Boulevard in this car with the top down. Oh, so very glamorous. 3,950 of these were built back in 1955. And all the Cadillac power accessories, the steering, the brakes, the windows, and documentation to go along with it. Reserve is off, and we're at $120.
145. The other phone bidders out. 145 and 140 bid. He sat down. That's a good sign. I'd get a bit of a 45. 140 bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 pair. Last call.
Wow. Lots of awards, as you might expect.
Oh, sure.
And $140,000. It just sold here at the Spring Classic in Indianapolis. When we come back, we're going to have roughly an hour left with you today on this Saturday. Can't believe it's almost over, Bill, but still plenty of cars to come.
I can't wait.
Welcome back to Indianapolis. Man, it has been a spectacular day already today here on ESPN Plus. Lots and lots of great moments, but we wanted to pick just one as you see some guys there getting their photo taken at the State Farm booth. One as our State Farm moment of the day. And with this Laguna Blue 66 big block Corvette 4-speed manual, a Triple Diamond Award winner at the 2017 McCacken Show. It gabbled for $165,000. The new owner didn't realize it at first, but when it hit, oh my goodness, it brought her out of the chair. $165,000. That's our State Farm moment of the day.
And what a car for them.
Oh, no kidding.
I mean to tell you, they'll be the fastest female from 0 to 60 you've ever seen.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Back live on the block with the 1969 Mustang Mach 1, Bill, selling at no reserve.
In black jade. One of two as originally equipped according to the Elite Marty report. It's an R code Mach 1. That's a 428 Cobra Jet V8 with that functional ram air hood scoop. The shaker hood. Traction lock rear end with 350 gears and a 4-speed ties it all together.
And it sells for $73,000. Let's move ahead to one of Ferrari's latest offerings. It's the 296 GTS. And Steve Matchett is right alongside on the block to give us a once-over on this one.
I love this car. I love this car. And I'm going to tell you why I love this car. It's because of something we were talking about a little earlier on, Scott, with Ferrari's ability to go back in time and use their history to promote their latest products. This model is called the 296 GTS. That goes all the way back to Dino labeling 246 GTS, 246 GTB. And the reason they've done that is, and reinstated that Dino S numbering system, is because they have a V6 engine in the back of the car here. It is hybrid, and if you look really carefully, you might just be able to see the bright orange high voltage cabling underneath the engine cover. One bright wag said when this car was first released, oh, finally, Ferrari have made a V6 powered rear engine car, which is a bit of a nod to the fact that when they released the Dino, it was released under the Dino badging and not Ferrari badging. So some are saying this is the first time they've done a V6.
And I will tell you that there's plenty of power to be had. 818 horsepower, combining that twin-turbo 3-liter V6 with a 7.45 kilowatt lithium-ion battery. Put it all together, and you got close to 900 horsepower at the wheels. Also,
I'd be absolutely thrilled and delighted if this car, this model, starts to soar.
Yeah.
It's something very special.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Agree. $375,000, however, and for now it will pause at the bid goes on. And we send it over to Chris Jacobs in the 303 staging lane.
Yeah, Scott, as you said, still a ton of great cars to come today crossing the block, including this 1964 Ford Galaxie 500 hardtop. And what makes this one special, it is powered by a single overhead cam 427 backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission, and as the consignor has declared on the windshield, a real sleeper indeed. You pull up next to a stoplight in the mid-60s in this thing, and you're like, oh yeah, well, whatever, just a Galaxie 400. Next thing you know, you're staring at its taillights as it gets further away from you. Beautifully restored, very nice job, and it's coming across the block in just a little bit. Scott, lot 242.
Good deal, Chris. Thank you very much.
I am so glad he showed us that car. That's a Camry 427 overhead cam and a 64 Galaxie. Oh, bring that car to me.
We're going to have you medicated when that comes across.
Oh, I need an emotional support animal suddenly.
70 Nova Super Sport now. What a color combination. What a car, Bill.
Scott, this is a fooler. Now, we're so used to seeing these cars with 396, L78s, 427s, these real monster motors. This has a 350 with 300 horsepower in it and a 4-speed manual. You would not guess, looking at that car, you thought, oh, that's a sleeper. But no, I mean, a 300 horse 350, it's not that much of a slug. But again, not what I would have expected anyway. 12-volt positive traction rear end means that is a good candidate for an engine swap.
But I probably
you could put a big
you
block
at 90.
in it.
If you wanted to, sure. But
talk to him, young man. Give me 90.
I love it as it is because it's
Give me
different
90.
than we see a lot.
90?
You know what I mean?
Love is
Okay. Where's that Camry?
Sure.
Yeah, right. Oh, that is such a cool car. Oh, man.
Sell her, Alex.
Boy, I tell you what, for a 300 horse 350, 90 grand.
Who would have thought?
That is strong.
Mega strong.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Wow, cool, cool. All right, we will move along to 1967 Camaro RS.
This is the weenie power plant part of our presentation today.
Weenie power plant clock?
Yes. This is the 275 horsepower 327. And a Camaro RS, it's an RS, you know, it's that desirable trim level. And you're waiting to see a 350 in there or something that's got some real moxie, but no, 275. But the car is so charming. Look at it. Right color, the butternut yellow, black interior.
That could be a Yenko car.
That could be converted to a Yenko clone. You are definitely onto something here. How about factory air conditioning too? It's a cutie. What can I tell you?
Yep, and it just sold for $47,000. Dodge Charger 500 now. Listed as a 383 under the hood.
Yeah, and that's the Roadrunner engine, 335 horse, 383 V8. So we're going to take a break from the Hemi cars for a little while anyway. That's a matching numbers powertrain, 4-speed transmission with a pistol grip shifter, console car with bucket seats. You saw the hideaway headlights and now a peek inside. You can see that big axe handle shifter coming out of that console. Magnum 500 wheels with red line tires and got that bumblebee stripe on the back without the bee.
I'm still laughing at your weenie power plant description.
Well, I couldn't help it, 2 in a row.
Alex McLaughlin has the bid at 62 grand now.
Anybody else at 65? I'm 2 now. Did you want to get 65,000 anywhere now? 2 now. Anybody want to bid at 5? Sold $62,000. Next Franklin.
Now bring us.
All right, and 62 will cover it. As we get set to step aside here, we will come back and continue still some absolutely solid muscle and collector cars on the way. Demon 170 time, everybody. 2023. This one right now at $145,000. Bill Stevens, I like the way this one looks.
I like the way that odometer reads. 11 miles.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep, torque flight, 8-speed automatic behind that 1,025 horsepower Hemi, the D170. And, you know, Dodge has left its mark in the high-performance world since, well, I'd say 2006 when they had the SRT Hemis come in. And ever since then, until just recently, they have been unbeatable.
And what they call still wrapped from the factory. You've got the protective tape on the sides of the spoiler, on the camera, on the deck lid, on the Dodge badge between the tail lights. You've got the styrofoam on the door. Inside, everything is covered, including the seat, the steering wheel, the shifter, and the heads-up display. So, yeah, I mean, literally as if it just rolled off the factory floor. And 11 delivery miles is low, even for delivery miles.
And that has a sunroof, which is some crazy option that's $150 zillion or something.
Both the carbon wheels and the sunroof are each around $12,000 options, so definitely makes the price go north.
Oh, yeah.
All right, before we get to the next car, I want to remind you about our friends at 303 and all the fine products they have to keep your car looking its absolute top shelf best. And every one of our cars that come through the lineup here get some 303 special TLC. And you can find out more at 303mecum.com. That car is coming up here pretty soon. In the meantime, 2022 GT500 Heritage Edition. Maybe number 2 or 3 of these we've seen this week.
I was just going to say, back in 2001, 2002, you couldn't find one of these to buy. And if you were at Mecum this week, you had your pick. And the Brittany Blue, probably the favorite for a lot of people in terms of exterior color. This has that 5.2 supercharged V8 with 760 horsepower and the 7-speed dual clutch automatic. There was not a traditional 3-pedal manual available in these cars. This also has the carbon fiber track pack, which was a must-have for a lot of the folks shopping for these. And at the time, this was the high watermark for a factory-issued GT500 with 760 horse. They did have the Super Snakes and cars like that could put out more horsepower, but in terms of just buying a car at your Ford dealer and just getting the original horsepower, this was the king of the hill.
Very good. They sold it for $127,500. Up to the next level. And now we're going to let you listen to this 1964 Ford Thunderbolt come to the block here, guys.
Yes, sir. That is what a 427 high riser race V8 sounds like. And this is a real Thunderbolt. Number 56 of roughly 100 of them that were built. This is a real race setup Thunderbolt. A lot of them that people have, they were either not raced or just collected or raced very little, but this one was raced by Ford fanatic Nate Cohen. Doug Nash, modified top loader, 4-speed transmission with a 513 Detroit locker rear end. Original fiberglass fenders and hood, aluminum front bumper. They had plexiglass side windows, obviously to reduce the amount of heat in these cars. In 1964, this was the car that Ford placed all of its trust in when it came to racing against all of the other manufacturers in the quarter-mile racing in the super stock and sometimes in the factory experimental class, depending on how the car was trimmed out. Mattel, the toy maker, selected the car for its drag strip Demon series, which was released about 15 years ago.
This one's nicknamed Nazy Crate.
Yes.
Nate Cohen.
Yep, well-known car with the Thunderbolt group.
Dana Mecum wearing a lot of hats today.
Oh, yeah, well, just one hat, but yes, I know what you mean. He's giving this one an assist down the line.
His yellow jacket, he almost disappeared standing next to that
Yes,
Thunderbolt.
true. All right. Here is another 1964 race car, Brother Bill.
Oh, I'm swooning over here. Good Lord. 1964. This is the lightweight car, the Dodge 330. And again, we're kind of repeating what we said during the Thunderbolt while it was on the block, the importance of reducing weight in factory hot rods that went drag racing back in the 1960s. This has got a date-coded 426, 425 horsepower Hemi. 1964 is when the race Hemi made its debut from Chrysler. This is a 4-speed car. A lot of them ran the Torque Flight automatic as well. Original lightweight aluminum front end and hood and doors on the car.
We should note, as you see the bid at $125, this is from the Ray Skillman collection here in Indy, Chris.
Yeah, you see actually a couple of creature comforts have been put back into the car, like the passenger seat and the carpet kit, things that would not have been in there when the car was racing, again in an effort to reduce weight.
Oh, sure. Pull the sun visors out of these cars before they race.
All right, there we go. Reserve off.
Yeah, Chrysler went to Owens Corning and had them design some lightweight rear glass for the rear window.
Now 130.
All in the
130.
interest of making that car
130.
light.
130. 130. 127. 5. 30. Now 5. 135. 135. Give 135. Did you want to give 135,000? 130. Ben, did you want to give 135? Anybody want to bid
130,000.
135. Anybody else? 130. Here, did you want to give 135? Sold $130,000. Sold $130,000. Michael.
All right, again, we're going to go upstairs. And that young man just bought that 64 Dodge.
See his T-shirt?
No, I didn't. I missed it.
Carlisle Chrysler event.
Oh,
He's
very
been
cool.
there.
Very nice.
Yep, he's a true believer.
All right. Good catch there, Bill. Be still my heart. Look at this beautiful car. 1961 Eldorado Baritz convertible. You want to talk about an award-winning car? This might be the poster child for award winners.
Oh, this has won more gold medals than Michael Phelps. And this is from the Ray Skillman collection as well, Scott. They did not spare any expense on this restoration back in 2008. Antique Automobile Club of America probably ran out of trophies. This thing has won so many awards over there. 390 V8, as they all had back in 1961, automatic transmission, power operated convertible top, and just one of many, many options coming along with this car. The tinted glass, power windows and locks, and cruise control.
Triple blue. And the high bid here at $175,000. Ray Skillman has 14 consecutive cars at this juncture of the auction. We'll take a break, but we'll pick it up and continue with those cars from Ray coming up.
Save your quitting for the next one. Give 52. Now, just wait. You are a quitter. Give 50. Yeah, I really wanted you to have it, man. Right now, I don't care which one of you gets it. I really should not have to do this. Every other car. Unbelievable. $3,000. Hell, pieces and parts are worth that. It's hot outside. It's a lot easier to load the check than it is that car. So hot out there. Oh, but I got a fan for you. But wait, what's another measly $5,000? Sold. $95,000, Laura. Sold.
Oh, our lead auctioneer, Jimmy Landis, in rare form this week at Indy. We're in the Fairgrounds Coliseum as we welcome you back to our live coverage here. About 35 minutes remaining, but we want to take a moment and send it over to Danielle Trotta.
Thank you, Scott. Jimmy is my spirit animal for sure. Listen, we've all been here a long time. It's been a long few days. We're on our feet. Jimmy's had it about up to here, and I get you, Jimmy. So I appreciate the bluntness and the honesty. Something I also appreciate are our fans. Our Mecum fans are truly the best. You guys are always awesome about uploading your pictures to our Facebook page. We call it Memory Lane, where you share photos of your favorite cars from years gone by. On our final day here in Indy, here is our final edition of Memory Lane. Johnny Knox says, here's my 1968 GTX 440 automatic reverse shift. Took it drag racing in Saskatchewan, Canada. Now, Bill Stevens is our resident drag racing professional. He said that Johnny says, Bill, that he took this thing, they went 12-1 consistently at 101 miles per hour in the 70s. Not too shabby?
Any street car that can run low 12s at over 100, yep, that's a hot rod.
Pretty nice, Johnny. Good stuff. Up next is Joe Parton. Bill, Scott, I want your help on this too. I want your take on Joe Parton saying, here's my 77 Trans Am. It's gorgeous, right? But he said it needs a little touch-up, so I figured a little spray paint could fix it. Is that sacrilege or what?
Oh, that's what we all did back then. You know, you didn't have the money to go to the body shop, so that was a weekend project for you.
Gorgeous paint job there, though.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff, guys. Thank you so much for submitting your photos again to our Mecum Facebook page.
Thank you, DT. We appreciate that. I'll add to that in terms of touching up. I worked in radio back in the mid-'80s, and a guy was working the night shift. When I got off work at 10, he was out in the parking lot in the middle of the night with a rattle can
Yeah.
Spray painting his car.
Only a motorhead would be able to appreciate that.
Here is another from the Ray Skillman collection, 1971 Eagle Pitcher Silver Eagle electric race car.
Yeah, let's go through this real quick. In August of 1971, out at Bonneville, this car set a new land speed record for an electric car, went 152 miles an hour plus, and set 21 land speed records, 14 national records, and 7 international records. So it doesn't look like a car that should go that fast, but over 150, there you go.
Cool.
And the bid went on that car.
It did. Bill?
Oh.
It's all yours, baby.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my. To me, that's like a Leonardo da Vinci. That is a Ford single overhead cam V8 engine. 427. Never went into full production, but it was certainly a formidable race engine for sure. Those engines are so expensive you can find them these days. But anyway, back in 1964, the Ford Galaxy, you had 13 different engine choices, beginning with 2 6-cylinders. And then there were 9 V8 engines, and of those 9, there were several different variations. So, of course, the Camaro was not one of them. But you had your choice of however you wanted to go with your power plant. This one with a 4-speed manual transmission. You see the black on the outside, black on the inside. And it's a stripper. It doesn't have a lot of extra cost options other than maybe the heater and defroster. But other than that, that is a sledgehammer right there with that 427. The reserve is off.
And when you drop that nickname, the Camaro, on anybody,
yep,
they know you are ultra serious.
Oh, you're dialed in.
All right.
Did it get that nickname right away?
Yes.
Did it?
Yep. I remember that when the engine came out. Don Prudhomme had one in one of his top fuel cars for a while.
Oh, cool. Wow.
You know, the irony is he's probably not really a great street motor. You know, this is one of those motors that loves to breathe. You know, if you can find a long stretch of roadway and, you know, you're not going to get in trouble with the police, that's when those motors really love to run up in the upper RPM range.
97, 95, or just give 100. Just beat them to the punch and give 100,000.
95 is the bid.
Now 100 bid, 100 bid, 100 bid, 100,000 to the bid. 95 here, 100,000. Anybody else?
This was nicknamed the shotgun motor because you had the Elephant Hemi. You had the Porcupine from Chevy, the 396.
Right.
So this was the engine, supposedly, that went hunting for all the other animals.
Could take either of them.
Yeah, mostly, yep.
All right, the hammer falls. The sledgehammer falls.
Yeah.
On that Camaro. 95 grand. Right behind it, Dodge Challenger RT 1971.
Now, Scott, this is a real RT Challenger. However, it is an N code, which means it left the factory with a 383. It's been upgraded to what would now be known as a V code 440 plus the 6 on there. So certainly period correct, but not a true blue V code car. It's a console automatic, bucket seats, the black vinyl top, the RT stripes. And this one is done up in beautiful Hemi orange.
Reserve is off. That didn't take long.
Not at all.
American Racing Mags wrapped up in those awesome BFG radial TAs.
So an even 50,000 gets that one bought here out of the Ray Skillman collection. How about this 1970 Mach 1 here, Brother Bill?
Boy, how many of these 428 Cobra Jets have we had here? This one in the 70 Mach 1. Now this one, you know, it didn't get as much of the spotlight in 1970 as those boss cars, the 302 and the 429, but it could hold its own with that 428 Shaker Hood Super Cobra Jet V8. 335 horsepower, that was a factory rating, but again, you can just kind of ignore that. They made much more than that. Close ratio 4-speed, and the Calypso Coral paint, always popular. 391 traction lock rear end, and this is a drag pack car. So you are going to get that oil cooler up front and that limited slip rear end. Really hook up. Coming close to $100,000.
Yes, I know that. I know.
95.
You want to hear, sir?
Let's the reserve on.
Reserve is off now. 95 now one. Have the bag to get $100,000.
Love to see these. The Mach 1 was not the first choice when people wanted a high-performance Mustang in 1970 because of the boss cars, and Shelbys were still out there as well, the final year of the first run of the Shelby Mustangs.
That drag pack option set off a couple of trickle-down things that ended up turning this into a Super Cobra Jet, right?
Yeah, the Super Cobra Jet had a little bit more grunt in the engine, more fortified internal engine parts on it, and it really was a motor that anybody who was going to go drag racing from the showroom would probably check off on the option sheet.
And it just gabbled, courtesy of Clint Hunter for $105,000. Next from the Ray Skillman collection, once again, it is a custom 1960 Chevy Impala.
Beautifully done. Nut and bolt restoration before the modifications began. Ray says 2,000 labor hours were put into this Chevrolet. Upgraded 283, as you just saw right there. And the engine bay, as you may have noticed as well, very highly detailed. 700 R4 automatic with overdrive. Powder-coated chassis. The guys at Ciadella Interior stitched up all of that beautiful red interior work on this car as well. Air ride suspension with adjustable Fox shocks and Willwood four-wheel disc brakes. And it smoothly rolls right in front of us.
Anybody else at 70 to bid, you're going to get 75,000. Harder now, find to be found by with about 75. Last call at 70 to bid, you're going to get 75,000. And I have five with the back of the band 75.
Yeah, how about that air ride suspension? Just choose your ride height. I have that in my Jeep Grand Cherokee SRT.
Really?
I love it because I run some bigger rubber on it, and I can adjust the height of that truck, so I'm not going to rub anything.
You bounce it down the street?
No, not the lowrider deal. No. Jeez.
$36,000 North Brown.
Lots of smiles here at the Dana Mecum 38th Original Spring Classic at Indianapolis, huh, Bill?
What's that old disco song? It's Where the Happy People Go. You remember that?
Yeah.
Fits.
Yeah, it definitely does. Boy, they have been on fire this weekend. And it's been such a pleasure to be amongst these car crazies and present some amazing cars. Hey, I saw a USAC sticker in the front windshield on this GT 500 from 1969. I used to work at USAC.
You did?
As a high school kid.
I remember you telling me. Well, I got a surprise for you. This 69 Shelby GT 500 Fastback is unrestored.
Oh, really?
And it's a drag pack car.
Oh, my goodness.
With a Cobra Jet, 428, and a 4-speed. And the reserve is off.
$90,000 upstairs, Jerry.
And it just sold. How sweet is that?
Oh, super sweet.
Well, that one sold. And also from the, well, actually that GT500 was the last of the Ray Skillman collection. So the next car where Steve Matchett is an amazing 2022 Ferrari 812 GTS.
Oh, and it's that color green again, Steve.
You know, I can't explain it, but every time I see this color green, I'm surprised to see it. But it's been around for decades. This Verde Pinot, I mean, I've seen Dino's painted in that color, 308s, 275s. Whenever I see it, it's like, oh, that's kind of a refreshing color. This is the 812 GTS, which is the convertible version of the series of cars that we've seen. One push of the button and the roof was down. Our driver managed to put the roof down, one push of the button within like 5 seconds.
Okay.
Absolutely effortless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the motivation real quick. 6.5 liter V12 with 785 horsepower. And that transmission that we talk about all the time, derived from the Formula One technology, the 7-speed dual clutch gearbox.
Yep. All the controls inside the car, very reminiscent of a Formula One steering wheel.
$500,000.
Carbon fiber. Inside, outside.
So Scott, you and I were talking about the 812 series of cars earlier on with the super fast and then the GTS with the convertible top. And then later that Competizione came on board.
Yes.
And that's something Maranello are very good at doing. So they're already setting up the next car in the range when they're making the first one. You know?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, it reaches $500,000, and the bid goes on there.
Thank you.
And a 1979 Cadillac DeVille convertible will be right behind it. I don't think you could take the top down on this one in 5 seconds.
That's a big piece of canvas up there. But this is a Le Cabriolet convertible, a special model Cadillac had the coach builders at Hess and Eisenhart build. One of 100 Coupe de Villes were converted in 1979, then sent back to GM and sold through Cadillac dealers. How many people knew about that project? Got the V8, the Caddy V8 with the automatic transmission. It's loaded. Air conditioning, one of those old 8-track tape players. Ooh. Yeah, those were really a lot of fun because you could be listening to the Beatles. I want to hold your... They had to work on the reliability a little bit more. Caddy wire wheels. This includes the original wheels and tires, which would have come from the factory.
80 grand.
And now 90, and now 90, and now 90,000, 85, 90, back at the event, now 100.
Kind of an under-the-radar Cadillac.
They bid against us on the internet. We're out. They got 95 asking 100.
And now 100,000. I get him to get on now one. And 100,000 time to the back. I get him to get on. I get him to get on one. And now one. I get him. How about 95, Jamie?
It wouldn't necessarily be like a Copo Cadillac because you're going outside even Chevrolet and that the whole umbrella to the aftermarket to get the convertible, right?
Carcraft Cadillac,
yes,
maybe.
Right.
Last call. 90 bid, 95. I have. I get him to get on. I get him to get on 95. Sold $90,000 internet. Thank you.
Now bring us $250.
All right, $90,000. Good looking car, no matter how you size it up. And while we have a minute, let us check in once again with Chris Jacobs over in the 303 staging lane.
Thanks, Scott. Well, I think I'll wrap up my Indy previews with a Mopar. Now, this car started out life as a Coronet 500 from 1967, but in 2018, it was actually restored as an RT replica, so now it sports that 440 under the hood, TorqueFlite 3-speed automatic transmission, new paint, new top, new interior, and looking really good as a convertible. So you might want to jump in on the collector car market and not break the bank. This could be the car for you. Magnum 500 wheels, red line tires, and like I said, an RT clone.
So going down the road, that's exactly what people are going to think you're driving. And for all intents and purposes, ingredients-wise, you are. And this one's going to be coming across the block in just a little bit, Scott.
Good deal, Chris. No harm there, man. Excellent car. Here's a 69 Camaro. $85,000 bid. What's the story on this one?
Well, this one qualifies as pro touring, I would say.
Okay.
It's a Z28 replica, but it does not replicate an original Z28. Has a 383 stroker with Brodix aluminum heads and a roller cam, Tremec 5-speed, and some other goodies as well, but it's not going to sell as we look at it right now. It's going to go over to Big Gazon.
All right, and with that, we will step away for our final break with you, getting set to wrap up 24 hours of coverage this weekend in Indy. We are back for our final segment with you from Indy this spring, and top seller rundown for you. 2018 Ford GT, one owner, still never been titled, and it sold for $735,000 wearing McLaren fire black paint. If you can believe that, what a fantastic car. One of only 150 Grand Sports ever produced. This is the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse from the Dave Frea collection. 1,200 horsepower, top speed over 250. It gavelled for $2.4 million today. But our number one car, I tell you what, it's 11 years old, and you wouldn't know it because the LaFerrari still makes a splash. Hybrid drive, V12, 949 horsepower, 217 miles an hour, and $3.5 million in the bank today. And that makes it our number one car of this auction, and certainly of today in particular. Let's take a look at our top five, and it's a pretty good mix here, Bill Stevens.
It is. It is kind of a gumbo of domestic automobiles and a couple of high-dollar, ultra-high performance exotics as well. So touching a few of the bases here in Indianapolis.
On the block, it is Indy after all, and we expect to see some race cars from time to time, and here is one, a 1965 Watson. This is a two-seat replica here.
And you know what? This is street legal. Ooh, yep.
What are you doing for dinner? Let's take this out.
Oh, boy, you want to turn heads. Yes. 3,000 hours it took Tom Finley of nearby Brownsburg, Indiana, to build this replica of an A.J. Watson Indianapolis Roadster. The curb weight of this car is only 1,200 pounds, but it's got a 350 Chevy small block in it. Oh, that'll whip you around. Turbo 400 automatic, that is kooky.
I would love to drive that thing.
Oh,
$70,000.
what would it be like? So responsive with that lightweight.
That is cool. $70,000. Somebody got a really fun car right there.
Just be careful.
Okay, here is a car that is, oh my gosh, has been at legendary status for decades, Bill.
Well, I look at this car and I think of all of the old classic movie stars that owned cars just like this. Gary Cooper and Jimmy Cagney and Gregory Peck. And you can go right down the line and you will find all A-list Hollywood personalities who at one time owned a boat-tail speedster. Auburn painted the chassis, the show cars in red. And of course, back in 1935, Auburn, Cord, Duesenberg, they were all kind of trading licks. A lot of cross-pollination between those marks. And these cars have never lost their appeal. And their value, as you take a look at the bidder board right now.
$650. Tell you what, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you're in Indiana or close and you have an opportunity to go to the ACD Museum, that's the Auburn Cord Duesenberg Museum in Auburn, Indiana, do it.
Oh, I've been there. You are correct.
It's worth the trip.
Supercharged 280 cubic inch Lycoming straight 8, 3-speed synchromesh transmission. and a car that will do 100 miles an hour.
It gets to 675, and that's it. So the bid goes on. So we have next another Roma, a Ferrari Roma from just last year, 2024. And I see our man on the scene, Steve Matchett, right there.
Hey, Scott, let me just check something with you. Am I seeing 38 miles on this car?
I believe you are correct, sir.
38 miles.
That's it.
The cross hatching is still on the inside of the cylinders of that, right?
Yeah.
Brand new.
Yep, the little tabs are probably still on the tires.
Yep. It's in remarkable shape. It truly is. Beautiful color. Again, not only proves they don't all have to be red to look beautiful.
They haven't even gone through a full tank of fuel yet.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? If it's a Ferrari, you know it's got horsepower. This one has 612. Twin turbo, 3.9 liter V8 with an 8-speed F1 dual clutch automated transmission. And it's got the SSC system, the side slip angle technology in this. Another driver aid that helps to keep people safe when they're, trying to be,
well, it's, being a front engine GT car, if you really start to play with it, that back end will start to go on you.
Yeah.
And
good point.
Yeah, it's a good way. It's a good way of helping a driver learn the car, I would say.
Yeah.
You have found its limits.
All right, well, that will wrap things up for the Roma. And Steve Matchett, as we move to a 67 Barracuda Custom, hey, a big thank you for your part in this entire week and some of the fantastic cars that you have given us really deep and meaningful insight on, man. Can't thank you enough.
Thank you you're very sweet to say so. Thank you. It is always a pleasure working with you guys.
I think we're going to see you in Monterey.
I'd like that very much.
And hopefully before then, perhaps. We'll see.
Yeah.
Take care. Thank you very much.
All right, Steve Matchett. And that 67 Barracuda Custom. This is kind of out there, huh, Bill?
Way out there. I don't know if it's ever coming back. Yeah, when you look at this, you got to think George Barris, and you'd be right. It was George Barris and Corky Corks who worked on this car for the Batmobile for the TV show Batman. When they were through working on that, they moved to this, and this one appeared in another television show, Knight Rider.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is out there.
Yeah.
Okay, next, 1949 Buick Roadmaster. Wow, talk about top of the line for Buick. The Roadmaster Estate Wagon in 49. What a machine this is.
Yes, 1949. You'll remember that Cadillac, Oldsmobile went to that new overhead cam V8 engine, but Buick, they stuck with the straight 8. You just got to look at it right there at 322 cubic inches. And that silky smooth Dynaflow automatic transmission. That's dark forest green with the wood accenting. Fabulously restored. Power brakes, power steering. The interior all restored with saddle colored leather. Pristine as can be. Just a regal automobile as it rolls onto the pad.
115,000 bucks is going to be short, and so the bid goes on that Roadmaster.
Did I say regal automobile? Buick regal automobile?
Oh, you might have.
Wow. Freudian slip, but I like it.
It works. It happens.
It does.
It's all right. Okay, we're getting closer to the end of the road here, but enough time to bring out a Ferrari 296 GTB from 2024. This one with 55 miles. to its credit at this point.
Yes, and not the first one we've seen. It's got that hybrid 818 horsepower engine. Begins with a twin turbo 3-liter V6. You add that 7.5 kilowatt lithium ion battery, and you mix it all together, and you throw it in a preheated oven. In a few minutes, you've got 818 horsepower. What a car. So stylish, so fast, so sleek. The black. Oh, does that give you shivers?
Well, 275 is not going to cut it here. So it'll go to bid goes on. And so next is the 67 Coronet 500. We saw this courtesy of Chris's preview before the last break, and this is in convertible configuration. Look at this, selling at no reserve.
And we don't see this done very much for cars like this. We don't often see a 67 Dodge Coronet that goes through the masquerade process to become an RT.
Yeah, I mean, definitely interesting, unusual, like you said, and I actually thought it was going to be a little bit more affordable than it is. It's nice to see it get into this price level at no reserve, especially.
Well, first of all, it's a convertible. And look at the way that they were able to achieve the look of the RT. A skillful job.
Yeah, super straight body, too, as it rolls by us here. I'm not seeing any flaws in the paint or the metal. So, yeah, definitely. I mean, 47 right now is the ask. The bid is 45.
And, you know, you'd probably have to have a pretty comprehensive search to find a real one that's as nice as this one.
Agreed there. Well, that's a glad to see it go across the mat at that price.
Yeah, 45. Well, I think that's going to kind of wrap it up for us. Guys, it's been a lot of fun. Bill, Chris, Danielle, Steve Matchett, of course. What do you say we reconvene here in, I think, what, October?
You are right. I say let's go another 6 hours.
All right.
The cars that we have seen today. Whoa, all in one place.
I would say that's a pretty good bet. We'd see some more.
This is fantasy.
Terrific stuff.
Yeah.
There you see a little bit of a look at our schedule upcoming, but that will wrap it up for us at Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. We are so glad you've been a part of this with us, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Memorable for us for so many reasons, and first and foremost, the collection from our colleague John Cramen that crossed on Thursday. We will never forget him. We will never forget that collection. We're going to be back starting July 11th from Kissimmee and the Florida Summer Special for 2025. And we hope to see you then. For Bill Stevens, for Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, and Steve Matchett, all thinking of our man, John Cramen. I'm Scott Hoke. Good night from Indy.
Sold $3,500,000.